Good evening. Welcome to the televised portion of the March 22nd Village Board meeting. This meeting is called to order. We'll begin with the pledge.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay, well, for those of you who are viewing this later on video, I'll let you know it's just shortly after 7 o'clock, which is a little earlier than we usually start. But we have a hefty agenda, and so we're going to, in a moment, I'll turn it over to Corporation Counsel Stuart Kahan, and he's going to give us a little tutorial on public meetings and open meetings and executive session questions of that nature. People are aware that we have a policy that we do not, as elected officials, weigh into Facebook threads that are questions about village government, but we do often read them. And so when we have an opportunity to clarify some information or share some information that might be misunderstood in the public, or people have questions, then we try to do that in some other forum. Either I've done things about the water system in the Monday emails, and tonight Stuart's going to enlighten us on some of the topics that recently came up in one of the Facebook threads. And I will also let folks know, if you looked at the agenda, you saw at 6 p.m. the Board of Trustees had a dinner discussion in the McKinley Room, and then the televised portion begins as usual with the formal agenda. We started doing that a few months ago as an opportunity for the five of us to be able to sit in a room together and have a conversation that was less formal and less structured and didn't require the time and attention of village staff. A lot of that is updating each other on our various liaisonships and committees that we're working on. Tonight we had a conversation about the job description that we're going to be putting out for the new village manager position. And we have a nearly completed draft of that, so that'll be going out to the public soon. And that's something that can be done partially by email, but it's a lot easier to do if we can sit in a room together, and it's really something just between the five of us that would be not very engaging television and not the best use of staff time, so that's what we undertook while we had our pizza tonight. And now I will turn it over to Corporation Counsel Stuart Kahan.
Thank you, Mayor, members of the board. I wanted to just give a brief overview. There have been some questions raised with regard to the public meeting, executive session, advice of counsel, agendas, and I thought a brief explanation of what those things are and how they fit into what we do would be helpful. The conduct of public meetings and executive sessions is governed by the Public Officers Law, sections 100 to, I believe, 109 or 110, which is also known as the Open Meetings Law in New York. Tonight's agenda is a pretty good example of what we have. We have a work session, then there will be a motion to go into legislative session, and later there will be a motion to go into executive session. What we have now is a public session. It's a public meeting. And what a public meeting is just what we're doing. We have the public invited to the meeting to listen to the workings of the board and of the village. It's important to know that the Public Officers Law, and specifically the Open Meetings Law, actually does not have any requirement with regard to public participation at a public meeting. What it does say is that the public is to attend the meetings. So it's for the particular board to make its own rules and regulations about public participation at meetings. Also, the Public Officers Law does not say anything about agendas. Agendas are not, in fact, required by law. The only notice that has to go out is that there is a meeting that is going to be held on a particular date and time. Generally, you want to give 72 hours notice, but in certain circumstances you can give less than that. The question, though, that has come up on occasion deals with the issue of executive session and what is executive session. You will often see in our agendas at the end there will be a motion to go into executive session for a particular purpose. An executive session is essentially a meeting of the board and it can involve other individuals that the board deems appropriate to be there, where the public is not invited to attend. Certain topics are discussed in executive session. And if you were to look at section 105 of the Public Officers Law, it actually lists the particular topics for which executive session may be held. The most common that you might hear here would deal with pending or current litigation, It may deal with hiring or advancement of a particular person for a particular position within the village, or it may deal with matters relating to real estate. And so what you would hear is there would be a motion to go into executive session for that particular purpose or purposes. Executive session, it's made by a motion, the motion is seconded, and then it must be approved by a majority of the full board. So we have a board of 5. It would require that 3 members would approve to go into executive session. A question was asked on some of these postings. How does the public effectively know that what is discussed in executive session is only what, in fact, you have said you're going to discuss in executive session? That's one of the roles of the Corporation Counsel. That's also the role of the various board members, that if, in fact, the topic goes off somewhat, we remember that it is not part of executive session, and we bring ourselves back, and that's no further executive session. The important thing to note with executive session is that no minutes are required in executive session, except if a vote is taken by the board. If a vote is taken, there must be a formal recognition of that vote, and that has to be taken down and recorded. Otherwise, no minutes, no recording is required whatsoever. Also, as I said with executive session, the board can determine who they want to attend executive session. You may also have seen on occasion the agenda the phrase advice of counsel. Advice of counsel is not executive session. What advice of counsel is just as it sounds. It is where the attorney or attorneys are providing advice to the board at their request or the attorney's request to give the advice to the board. The important difference between that and executive session is advice of counsel does not, and in fact is not, to be noted on the agenda, because it is exempt from the open meetings law, because it's essentially attorney-client privilege. It is a privileged communication, so unlike noticing a meeting here, which was noticed, a meeting to simply have advice of counsel requires no prior notice and can occur at any time and at any location, because as long as the only thing discussed is advice of counsel. If it goes beyond that, then you would have the open meeting situation. So that's sort of the long and short of executive session. When we go into executive session, it always requires a motion. You can't just go into executive session. We couldn't just come in here and go into executive session. We would have to open up a public meeting, have a motion, then go into executive session. One last thing to just bring up. There were a few comments made about some of the things that were said last week. If you remember, there were some comments made at the public session with regard to the interim village manager, and I just wanted to just make one point with regard to that. On the village's website are posted basically the rules of procedure for attending a public meeting and what can and cannot be said. And there is a specific section that says conditions of public speech. It's important to remember that if a speaker is addressing the board, they are to address the board. They're not to name a particular individual. They can refer to the person's title, they can refer to the person's position, and they have to do it in a courteous and appropriate manner. That's the important things to note. But I think, Mayor, members of the board, and hopefully the public, that gives a brief understanding of where we are with executive session, so that if those questions come up, hopefully this has provided some insight. Thanks.
Thank you very much. So, the room is filling up for those of you at home who can't see what's happening. We have about twice as many chairs in this room as we usually do, and I see that about half of them are filled right now, and I anticipate some more folks will be arriving. But we had indicated that at about 7:30 we will transition to executive session, and we will take up the topics that are related to the roundabout. Before we get to that point, there are a couple of items. The original agenda, which was put out, had some items later in the agenda that I think we will try and address now. So, Stuart, do you want to move on to, and I think Tom is going to be helpful with this, with the Keystone Purchasing Network? Is that going to be next on our agenda here then? Tom, please join us.
Good evening, good evening, Mayor and members of the Board of Trustees. With the 2017 year upon us and the village's capital plan and the bonds that were approved earlier this year, one of the items that the Department of Public Works wished to purchase was a new street sweeper, and they found a street sweeper that meets their needs. Unfortunately, it's not available under a New York State contract, and I did follow up and talk to the company. They did have a county contract last year for last year's model, and there's also it was not an item that was bid by any other local governments in New York State that had a piggyback clause, and it's not available under the NJPA contract consortium of which we're a member of. But DPW did advise us that this equipment is under a different consortium, the Keystone Purchasing Network, and they asked if we would amend the village's procurement policy to add the Keystone Purchasing Network as an additional source to purchase items. I did look into this consortium. You know, it operates similar to the way that the NJPA, the National Joint Power or Purchasing Alliance out of Minnesota, operates. It has to be a consortium that's operated by some type of a governmental organization that puts out competitive bids for items, and the process for under which that they put the items out to bid have to be similar to the process that's required under New York State law for competitive bidding. I'm just passing along the request from DPW to add the Keystone Purchasing Network to the village's procurement policy. That would allow them to purchase this equipment without having to go to the trouble and expense and time to actually develop bid specs on our own and put this out to bid, which would also it would be an enormous burden time-wise, and also delay the procurement process to obtain this equipment. And as I stated, it was put out to bid by the Keystone Purchasing Group.
I recall a couple of years ago when we joined those other organizations, the NJPA, and
Yes.
there's another one as well, and we have been able to get some benefit from that since that time, so this sounds like another equivalent.
Absolutely. The NJPA, actually, the gym floor
Right.
contractor, that contract's under NJPA. Some of the larger equipment, I think is it a backhoe,
I think it's
Paul,
looking
that
to
they're
you,
looking
Paul.
to buy this year?
Yes.
That's available under the NJPA contract. That consortium has served the village well.
Paul, do you want to enlighten us any more on this particular purchase?
Just for the public's edification, thank you, Tom. It was our intent to piggyback the county or an OGS contract. It was on the county contract last year. That's what we used to formulate the budget number for the sweeper that we had specified in our own mind, and that's why we are so close in the budget as to what we're going to end up writing the purchase order for, because the price did not increase significantly. But then for one reason or another, they're not on the county contract this year, so we can't piggyback that. That's expired. So Tom did the due diligence, like he said, to get the parallel requirements for that joint purchasing. And I'm sure, based on the nature of the business as it's gone the last couple of years, that won't be the last joint purchasing agreement that we're last to adopt. And it really does help expedite the process, and I don't think it really does any. If it does anything, it maybe saves us money at the end of the day for the the logistics of bidding and everything like that. I don't think the joint purchasing contracts are, at least yet anyway, have not monopolized any markets where prices are going to be set to no avail. So, I appreciate you allowing us to do this, because it really does help the cause and get the equipment quicker. It is replacing a 15-year-old sweeper, because it was one of the first items that I purchased when I started here. So that's definitely seen its useful life. And as you know, if you live here and you're up at crazy hours, the sweeper is out as often as possible through the year, 5 to 6 nights a week. This sweeper has a component of being able to sweep through pneumatic power without the use of water in the colder months. So that's another nice feature of this unit, to allow us to still do street sweeping, even if there's the potential for freezing, because we usually do spray water for dust control on when weather permits. So thank you, Tom.
And we had already included this in this year's budget. So it's not that you're necessarily coming to us and asking for an approval of the equipment.
Correct.
And we know that the equipment last year had some trouble. I think it was this time of the year last year when
Yeah,
it was actually needed some serious repairs.
multiple years in a row, yeah. And we're starting to put in more money than, it's really, it's turning into a good money to bad scenario. That's when we ask.
Okay. Question? Yeah.
Yeah, Tom, you mentioned before there are a couple things. You were saying that I guess this particular firm, Keystone Purchasing, it's quasi-governmental in some way, or is it's managed by
It has
other-
to have some type of a governmental, meaning non-commercial, support group that operates it. Like, you know, for instance, NJPA was initially run by, well, still is, run by an organization that I equate to being like a BOCES here in New York State. BOCES supports school districts.
Sure.
This was an organization out in Minnesota that was supporting the school districts and the counties in like a 3 or 4 county area, and then they expanded to statewide, and then they went national. So, you know, it has to be some type of a governmental type or organization just to keep it from being run by a commercial process, which is like a concern of mine that, you know, vendors will get together and form a consortium, you know, thinking that, you know, local governments are going to be buying from them when in fact they're just buying under a no-bid contract. You know, these are contracts that are publicly put out the bid and evaluated and awarded by, you know, some type of a organizational or governmental operation.
And the other thing that you mentioned was that their bid process falls within, I guess, the confines or best practices of the state of New York.
Yes.
Okay.
It has to be similar to what's done here, meaning that it has to be publicly advertised in an official newspaper of some type, a process that's opened up to any bidders that meet the, you know, can provide the item that they're putting out the bid, and then they, you know, publicly open the bids and evaluate them and award the bid.
Okay.
And they provide that information on their website for us to look at.
Mayor, if I might, just two things, just to follow up on Tom. It's actually, I think for this particular purchase is through, I think it's something called the Central Susquehanna Independent District, which is a school, sort of the Pennsylvania equivalent of BOCES. And this is sort of out in the Susquehanna Valley out in Pennsylvania. One thing I just want the board to be aware of, the New York State law that allows the use of out-of-state purchasing networks expires on August 1st of 2017. So unless it is renewed, this will be a purchasing agreement for the next couple of months. And I can tell you, at least on NICOM's database, this is not one of the things that they have on their legislative agenda to renew. That doesn't mean it won't. But I just wanted the board to be aware of that the sunset is August 1st because it had a 5-year period. So there is a sunset coming up in just a couple of months.
And if this is on resolution for next week and it passes, there will be a PO in Tom's office on Thursday.
So it should be taken care of before August.
It's already written.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
So we're going to put that vote on that on Wednesday or 2 weeks.
Actually,
In 2
it's
weeks.
2 weeks,
In
because
2
we have a
weeks.
5th Wednesday.
Okay.
We'll get it as quickly as we
Get it
can.
before this.
Well, it's only 7:25, and I do want to wait until 7:30 before we have a motion for the legislative session. I do see that the person who is here to discuss the Green Ossining Repair Cafe is here. Do you think we could undertake that? I don't think that's going to be a terribly long item, and then she would be free to leave. So, Michelle, would you join us? Tell us a little bit about, Michelle came to Green Ossining with the idea of doing a repair cafe. Could you give us like a 30-second description of what a repair cafe is for someone who doesn't know?
Sure. First
Speak
of all,
right into the mic so they can hear you
Okay.
at home.
First,
Yeah.
thank you, Mayor and the board, on this very busy night, including Repair Cafe. For those of you who have not heard of Repair Cafes or don't know about them, it's a free community event where people can bring things that are beloved but broken to get fixed for free. So this is an idea that was born in Amsterdam about 10 years ago, and it's spreading internationally. There are now 8 in the Hudson Valley, and we hope to bring one to Ossining. There are many benefits. One is keeping things out of the waste stream, using resident skills and teaching other people them, and above all, community building. Green Ossining has been promoting this on their website and on Facebook. And I was at the farmers market this past week trying to recruit people with skills. And indeed, 14 people signed up with carpentry skills, bike repair, small appliance repair. So the response was just thrilling. There's some real energy and excitement about it. So now so the idea is about one Saturday every other month is the ideal time, and now we're looking for a place to have it. And the community center, because of its central location, lots of electrical outlets, and and plenty of parking, it would be a really ideal place. So I'm hoping that the board will consider letting the Repair Cafe find a home one Saturday every other month at the community center. And I'll be glad to answer any questions anyone has.
I think we probably want to hear from, do you want to comment first?
I'm trying to be, well, no, I'm just trying to be clear what we're being asked for. I mean, first of all, fabulous, but I don't want to take the time to discuss, because I just want to ask what is being asked of the board specifically?
Space at the community center, I don't know if you have.
Community center.
Yes,
Okay.
yes, and the insurance the liability insurance that covers the activities at the community center, that would also be a part of it.
So Stuart, you've taken a look at some of the best practices. Paul, I think you've taken a look at it as well. So if you folks could enlighten us on what are the considerations and what's your recommendation?
Sure, and thank you for coming. I've looked at the House rules, which I think is something that was sent around, which does appear to indicate, what has to be done and, what responsibilities there are. My only concern from my perspective would be as to whether there would be a restriction on certain types of activities within the community center. In other words, I wouldn't want someone bringing, gasoline.
Nothing with
equipment or
gasoline.
something.
Yes.
Or, anything that would give, noxious odors or
Right,
things like that.
right.
Other than the room which you folks would need, I don't know if there's anything else from the village's perspective that would be required, because it seems that these are all volunteers through Repair Cafe. They're not village employees unless they're volunteering their time.
Right.
But everything else is pretty much laid out here, that, people just bring their stuff in, they do it basically one at a time, and they come in, and it's done free of charge. But as long as it's understood what can and can't be brought in, it would seem to be fine. On the insurance issue, I guess we would just have to check with the village's insurance company to make sure that they're okay with adding that particular event onto the village's policy. And that's an inquiry we can make.
I'll add that Superintendent Soy is in the loop. He was approached first, and he's the one that brought it to our attention. So that's good to know, because this was the location that was first discussed, and that I think because it's not going to be every day, it's going to be every other month. That's what you anticipate. That I think the first one is going to be a good litmus test, and if it turns out to be a huge success where you need a larger venue, we might consider trying to help you coordinate a larger venue that might have access to more items or power that you may need to do some of the things that are being brought your way. So yeah, I think the first one will be a test, and then we'll definitely, I see no reason why we can't support it in the future.
Great. Anybody else want to comment?
Thank you. It's a pretty cool idea, because the country that I come from, when I was a kid, there used to be repair shops every couple corners where you used to take in appliances and make it last as long as you can. So if the board is to consider the location to be at the community center, what will be the time period during the day that you were thinking? How many hours?
It varies, but from what I've heard from other cafes, my thought is 11 to 3, so a 4-hour period. Coaches would need to, we would need to get there earlier to set up and with signage and all of that. But the cafe would be open to people bringing in broken items for 4 hours, 11 to 3. And then it takes time to break down. And
Is there any other municipality around Westchester that has something similar right now?
Beacon and New Paltz, and there's 8 in the Hudson Valley. I can't think of them, but I visited
The
those
artist
two, so
places?
those are uppermost in my mind.
Called a cafe.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
And you had mentioned just one at a time. There's like a sewing table and so there's several people that can be helped at one time.
Great. I think the board is very supportive of it in theory, and I'm glad that it seems like it's going to work out logistically as well. Thanks,
Okay.
Michelle, for
Thank-
bringing this and leading this effort.
Yeah, thank you so much.
Thank you.
All right, I think we're really at the 7:30 mark. Yep, 7:32. That worked out well. And so, do we have a motion to go into, what are we, legislative session?
So moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Okay. I guess we'll just wait a moment while folks take their seats. 7:30 was really a significant time in people's minds. Here we are. So, if you received an email earlier today or saw one of the postings, you know that there is an intention to make a motion to table Resolution A. Do we have a motion to table Resolution A?
I would like to table Resolution 8 at this time.
Do we have a second?
So moved.
Well, you have to second first.
Oh, second.
Okay. All right, so now we all have a moment where we can comment on this if we would like. I can go first or I can go last.
Somebody commenting on it, or?
Okay, I will go first.
that's fine.
I'd like us to be able to comment, and then if the public, anyone who's here, we have a pretty full room, and it's delightful to see some familiar faces, maybe a couple that I don't know so well. Welcome. In the last 2 weeks, we've had a lot of conversations. We've heard from a lot of folks in the community. It's been an exciting few weeks and months and years discussing the heart of our downtown and specifically the intersection. 2 weeks ago at the March 8th meeting, I think our faces were a little more pinched. There was a little more tension in the room. And we said, let's just pause, take a breath, have a little cooling off period. And that's where we are right now. We're in that cooling off period. And if we move forward with tabling this tonight, it's a demonstration of our desire on the board to be responsive to what we're hearing from everyone in the community. Folks in the community fall into one of 3 categories, if they have any opinion on the roundabout at all, that is. Either they are staunchly against it, staunchly supportive of it, or somewhere in the middle. It could be a wide range of ambivalence. Either, oh, maybe it's a good idea, but you still have questions. Or maybe you love roundabouts, maybe not here, you still aren't so sure. Or maybe you think you'd like it someday, but not now. Or maybe you see there might be some logic to it, it just doesn't feel right to you. And that's kind of a squishy middle, you're just not sure. We can all probably identify which of those 3 we are. Probably look around and identify which of those 3 half the room is if you've seen some of these folks at meetings before. It's our job to listen to all of you and to listen to all of the experts that we bring in and to do the very best we can in the best interest of the public. And that's what we're trying to do here today. In the past 2 weeks, I think we've also identified ourselves in one of 2 other groups. if you've engaged or not engaged on this, let me put it this way. If in the last 2 weeks you have retreated or you have reached out, if you are someone who in the last 2 weeks has retreated to your corner and most or all of the people you have engaged with on the roundabout share your opinion already on the roundabout, you're in that first group. If in the last 2 weeks you have reached out to someone who's in a different group, if you're pro and they're ambivalent or against, then you've reached out. If you're against, then you've reached out. And not just reached out to try and convince them that you are right, because we can all do that all day long, and it doesn't necessarily bring us together in conversation, but reached out and then really listened to each other. And maybe you haven't changed your mind, and maybe they haven't, but at the very least, you should be able to find some common ground for us to build on. We are in a moment in our country and in our community with an incredibly high level of engagement. And people really want to be part of something together. And this can be an incredibly powerful moment for our community to heal the scars of urban renewal that are physical and part of our community for decades. That was a process that was very, very complex. And there are people who still live in our community who were part of championing urban renewal 40 years ago, which took down those buildings. They were in the Chamber of Commerce 45 years ago, or they were in elected office, and they championed it. There are still people in our community who lived in those buildings and their homes were displaced. And there are people in our community who lament the loss of those beautiful buildings, but when they were young, their mother said, "You can't go down to that part of town." Because it wasn't the economically vibrant downtown in some people's minds that we wish it would be. And in some ways, then it is today. We're also in a moment where nothing is irreversible. We have not started to dig, so we don't necessarily know that we're going to have a roundabout. We have not, at this moment, defunded it, so we don't know that we will not have a roundabout. So let me clarify a piece of information that there's so much information, we're all trying to make sense of it. We're all trying to communicate it in the best way we can, and sometimes we may put something out there, but if it's not in a way that you're hearing it, then you're not even aware of it. If we defund the roundabout, no infrastructure upgrade will happen to the intersection in 2017. It's not just that there wouldn't be a roundabout this year. There would not be a conventional intersection either, because there is not one that has been designed. We made a decision in November on what to tell the engineer to design for us. And there's been a process moving forward ever since. So if anything were to happen this year to upgrade that intersection, it would be a roundabout, and it would mean that we are not going to defund it tonight, to have that be an option on the table. Wherever you stand right now, and whatever your priority is on the roundabout, there are a couple of unifying themes that I have heard, and I heard it even on March 8th, and I've certainly heard it since then. We want to have a community-wide conversation that leads to an actionable item on what is the future of our downtown going to look like. And even the people who are leading the petition process are not a monolithic group, just as this board is not a monolithic group. We represent all three of those groups I talked about, pro, anti, and ambivalent, just like the community does. But what we heard was not just that some people were against the roundabout, but some people just felt they didn't have enough information. They wanted to be heard, and they wanted to get more information. That's the phase we're in right now. So, after my colleagues speak, if they would like to, anyone who would like to speak for up to 3 minutes on the roundabout or downtown will be welcome to. And then we're going to go back into work session, and the board's going to discuss what will be our agenda for the April 6th meeting. If you don't know what I'm talking about, take out your calendar, 7 o'clock, April 6th, it's a Thursday evening. We will be at the Ossining Public Library in the Boudars Theater. It will be a community meeting, not a legislative session, not a work session. We will not even have a timer. We're going to discuss tonight what will be the agenda. A couple of the suggestions of what we may include would be a Q&A on the roundabout. Do you still have questions? You could, if that's what we decide to do, you could start emailing them now. You could ask them on the mic that night. You could write them down on a piece of paper. And it could be anything from parking cost, market square design, whatever. We could have that conversation. That's a possibility. It may also be wise to lay out some clear plan on how are we going to move forward with a tangible, actionable plan for getting to an RFP and doing something with our downtown. It's been over 40 years since the buildings were knocked down. We've done a lot of studies. How can we get to that next level? So, I took more than 3 minutes. Does anybody else want to talk?
Yes.
Please.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm not going to repeat everything that you said, but I feel strongly that whatever happens today and April 6th is going to be better for us moving forward for a better future for the village of Ossining. That being said, a couple meetings back, I actually gave my personal cell phone number and I said to people to reach out to me if they have any questions. So they did. Last week, all week, got phone calls over the weekend. Positive, negative, not sure about that. I know the board had received several emails in regards to the particular item on the agenda that I asked the board to table it for now. So that's the engagement I think that I like to see. This is the engagement that I would love to see every Wednesday. Now it's not going to happen, but it's at least the hope to see that. That's how communities are built. That's how communities move forward in regards to different views of how we as elected officials move forward to in our community with the ideas and progress. So I want to thank you to everybody that actually took the time to come here and spend a few hours with us. We'll be done about 11:30, just to let you know.
Took before you moved to executive
Yes.
session.
But you know, I'm not going to say much until we actually go back to the work session and start planning and what April 6th meeting may be and how that forum take place. But I think it's important for us to understand that this is a process. I understand that, you know, a couple people were not aware of this a few months back while we're talking about that intersection, but I'm glad to see that the engagement is here now, so thank you.
Anybody else want to comment at this stage? Please?
Sure. So a few months back when we all sat in a room and in a work session and we were deciding whether we were going to go for the excuse me, for whether we were going to do the conventional intersection or the roundabout, I had expressed my opinion that as much as I think roundabouts are great things, that I didn't really like it in the middle of our village. And then when it came around to the funding vote, I voted to do the funding. And the reason that I did that was because to do nothing was not acceptable to me. Leaving the intersection the way it is for more than 2 years was not something that I was willing to live with, because I've looked at what is, you know, it's a pilot program. It was a test to see, you know, what was going to happen when we made Spring Street 2 ways. And so if you want to blame somebody for the referendum, you can blame me, because it was my vote
Thank you, John.
that got everybody charged up, and they decided to go out and do it. Because you need a supermajority to get the funding. So you all should know that my vote was very purposeful. I needed to understand, and I needed personally to test the will of those that opposed it, and to understand what they'd be willing to do in opposition to it. I think unfortunately, it became a somewhat toxic scenario during the weeks leading up to the submission of the petitions. You know, we could talk about how people didn't follow directions or whatever and all that other stuff, and I mean, I think that the village clerk should be, or the town clerk that does our village clerk work should be highly commended for the work that she did, because even though she had the right to dismiss the petitions outright because the instruments were faulty, she took the time to count every vote. She didn't have to do that, but she knew how important this was. And for those of you that haven't thanked Marianne Roberts, you should be doing that, because she did a great thing for us. And as I indicated a few weeks ago, the 1,600 plus registered voters in the village that signed that, you know, signed the referendum, clearly there was something going on there. Now, you could argue that, you know, some people weren't even sure what they were signing, but they felt they needed to make a choice. So I totally get that. I think the other unintended consequence of a very intense and outspoken perspective is that there are many people in the shadows that, you know, didn't speak up. I mean, there were complaints that if people signed the petition, that village government, there'd be retribution, or if you didn't sign it, somebody wouldn't like you, or, I mean, it got really personal. And that's unfortunate. That doesn't really help the engagement. That's not really a good thing. And I think that's, I hope we all learn from that, because that's not really the kind of discussion we want to have. And I think all of us here as a board, we all want to continue the dialogue and talk about what's going on. Over the last few weeks, we've gotten numerous emails of individuals that have supported the roundabout. They read the research, they watched the meetings, they saw the stuff that was going on, they liked the idea of it, they think it's going to be, it has the opportunity to be a beautiful improvement for our downtown. And that's great. I wish we could have heard those voices, you know, during the period of the referendum discussion. That would have been wonderful to have that balance, to hear from people that I don't know these people. You know, and that's great. These people are engaging and observing and watching our process. And so I'm emboldened by that. And I feel like, even though it's taken 2 years, people are finally realizing that, you know, we did do a lot of homework here. We did do a lot of work. So, you know, the reason that I'm ready to table this right now is because I don't want to close the door yet. I'm not ready to close the door. We don't have to make this vote right now. We're not actually going to go out and look for the money until the fall. It doesn't mean that we're going to wait that long to make the decision, but at the end of the day, I feel like we still need to talk about this some more and understand it. I am not convinced that the success of our village and our downtown is going to rest on a traffic pattern. You can say what you want about the traffic pattern. You can say whether you like it, you don't like it, you think it's good or bad. I get that, okay? But I don't believe that's going to make or break our downtown. I've heard so many arguments on both sides of this and had to sort it all out of my head. But at the end of the day, this whole process has really been a big civics lesson. People need to understand that this is a participatory democracy. People didn't participate in November, and look what we got. But everybody's here tonight. And that's a good thing. That means people are participating in our government, in our village government, in our process. And I am truly glad for that. Thank you.
Yeah. I guess I somewhat differ with my colleagues. I thought from the March 8th meeting that we were going to start with a clean slate. Doesn't necessarily feel like a clean slate to me. Over 1,600 plus voters signed a resolution with the expectation of bringing something to a vote. The vote's not here. And then there was those people, you talk about the middle, who weren't really anti-roundabout, you know, weren't pro-roundabout, but just really felt that this wasn't the best use of our funding. And even when I still think about the roundabout, I can't give any person here a dollar figure of how much this thing is going to cost. I think of other capital improvement projects where Andy came to us last year and said we had a $30 million water treatment plant. That's a $30 million water treatment plant. I can't give a direct number on this roundabout. So we'll see what the meetings look like. I think going forward with these meetings, it's important not only to think about a roundabout, but to think about your community and the needs of the community, particularly what you can do with public land. That has been my argument from number one. What can you do with public land? Is it the best use of public land? So we'll see where the chips may fall on this particular issue.
Right, so I have a few opinions. I said this before, I happen to like roundabouts in general, so that's not a secret. Let me just say that I actually, what I heard, and I'm sure we all hear things differently, is the issue about a roundabout and whether people like it or not. And then there's the issue of process and communications and how it was brought about. When I came into office, I'd already seen it in minutes. So that's got to be at least 2 years that this is being discussed. So there has been discussion, but it didn't come to light, as others have mentioned. I don't know about a clean slate, frankly, because I think tabling this creates a clean slate. It allows people to have a discussion, because one of the biggest arguments was that there was not proper discussion. And people who believed that if the numbers were not met, the board would continue forward, have no reason to organize, and they don't have any reason to have petitions. You know, they wrote emails because they woke up and said, wait a second, you know, I thought this is what happens. Now you're switching it on us. I believe the clean slate you're looking for is happening right now. It's when people calm down and different sides of discussion, including the middle, that has no opinion, don't care about the intersection. I have lots of people who tell me, frankly, don't really care one way or the other. I mean, I have other issues I care about. This isn't one of them. I trust you guys to do the homework, the due diligence. You have a fiduciary responsibility. If you worked on it for 2 years, I have no reason to believe otherwise. They don't sign petitions. They don't create petitions. They don't necessarily even write emails. I don't know how many of them there are, but there's a lot more people that usually go in that direction, which is the middle, than there are on almost any issue in life on one side or the other. So I think this is a clean slate. Petitions were given. I am not interested whether they made all the numbers personally, which is why on March 8th I voted the way I did. I thought it was a big number, regardless of whether it made the hurdle, okay? But I did hear about process. Okay, that came very clearly from all sides. The people that didn't know anything about it said, I didn't even know this existed. I didn't even realize. So the process of communication out of March 8th is different, and everybody cooling down and off and looking at it means that we have an opportunity to defund, fund, or whatever. So for me, actually, very much a clean slate. Would not be appropriate, having now heard from so many others, to just ignore them. And I don't care whether they're 200 or 300 or 1,700, the way I didn't care that it was 1,500. Fair is fair. Nobody made any of the hurdles, therefore people should be heard. And I'm not interested necessarily in the quality and quantity and all that. We're going to listen to different sides, including the middle. So to me, that is why this should be tabled. What I also learned is about communications. I don't want to point anybody in the room, but there's one person that's spoken to me many times about our process and lack thereof. And so I'm very grateful for that. And we are going to have more open public meetings. The definitions, Stuart, make me nuts, and I've been doing this for a year and a half. Public, open, town meetings, and all the legalities around how they run. But more to the point that we're going to have a meeting, and we've stated publicly that will include many more stakeholders and conversations, big and small. Because here's the other thing that I learned that hasn't been mentioned. I don't want to repeat any of the colleagues, is the size. See, I didn't think this would be the item. There are other things we work on that I expected big storms on. I'm surprised that this was the storm. I just have to tell you that. Never in a million years would I have believed this was the storm, because we're living in sort of different times this year than maybe 2 years ago. That's great. That means we have to involve more stakeholders. That's what we're doing. Therefore, for me, this is nothing but an upside. I do not see any upside to forcing votes right now in heated times. So there's only an upside to tabling. There is no downside to waiting another week or 2 weeks and including this conversation in more conversations. So for me, that's all good. And you know, again, I should never go after you because I think you've stated very clearly a lot of the issues. I've already made it clear a number of times, being a person who's in communications for a living for many years, and in some very intense situation, whether it was 9/11 or crisis management, how personally offended I was at how personal the social media became. I have to tell you that picking up and picking at and speaking publicly on such a personal basis about whether it was Marianne Roberts or anybody sitting here is just so counterproductive to human engagement, and we're all better than that. And I just wish that that is the way we're going to function forward, is to have more reasonable conversations, because you know, we're all your neighbors. We all live near you. Our kids live here, you know, our parents. We're here. We're not sitting against you. We're sitting with you on all issues. And it has to feel like that. And if it doesn't, you should call one of us or all of us and say it's not feeling like that. So that's my commentary on where I like to be, and I want to table this.
So we've kind of cast our vote?
We'll vote.
Well, you gotta vote, right?
Yeah.
Yep.
There's a motion on the table to table this. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Nay.
Okay. So we'll share those minutes with
Oh, he's doing minutes?
Jamie, you know how to work that thing?
Kevin's outside if you can't figure it out. Somewhere.
Yes.
Are we gonna be able to comment on the, one of the topics of the work session, or is this the only time to comment?
During a work session, we don't have public comments, but you have 3 minutes, and, you know, we said it's about the roundabout and the, you know, but I'm not gonna interrupt if you wanna, if you say something else, if it's in your 3 minutes. Yeah, it does need to be on the mic, yeah. So the procedural question was, the 3-minute comments that are being made are related to expected to be related to the roundabout, or the future process for community engagement to discuss the future of downtown. Oh, yes, and if you, we ask that you please say your name and your address when you speak. And by the way, you do not have to be a village resident to speak. We just ask to know where you're from when you speak. And so with that, we thank you very much for understanding our desire to be responsive to the community, and with that requires some flexibility. So you've heard from all of us numerous times. We've heard from some of you. We're looking forward to hearing from you again, and some new voices as well. And we're just going to sit back and listen to you. You have up to 3 minutes. Don't feel you need to take the full 3 minutes. I see a lot of people in the room. We didn't sign a list, so it'll be just, you know, whoever wants to come up first, but please do speak into the microphone. The reason for that is so the folks at home can hear you. Who wants to go first? All right, there we go. Sure.
Good evening. My name is Mark Fry. I live at 191 Revolutionary Road. I had prepared some comments based on the video of the March 15th meeting, and I thought I'd need to rewrite them. But I thought instead I'll continue pretty much. I think they're pretty appropriate. I watched the meeting on the 15th, and was extremely well impressed with the presentations of all of you, and especially you, Madam Mayor, in terms of making really thoughtful, well-founded, earnest, heartfelt comments. I was about to send you an email saying what enormous personal and political courage it takes to admit not necessarily that you were wrong, but that you are willing to reconsider a position based on the outpouring of interest in the issue. At the same time, I have been impressed. I've listened very carefully to each and every one of you, and I think that all of you are doing an extraordinarily good job. You obviously are intelligent, well-educated, thoughtful. You've looked at these issues very hard. You don't necessarily all agree, but I think it's clear that your hearts are all in the same place. Village staff, I thought Council Khan did a great job in delineating, the shape of the table. I thought in a level-headed way he explained the petition process and the failure of this particular petition process. I failed, I think, perhaps to compliment acting village manager and village engineer Paul Frioli on the terrific job he's done and the spectacular job he did in turning that necessary infrastructure project out of Forest Main sewer into a phenomenal walking trail. I think Mary Ann Roberts has done a good job as well. I think it's very healthy. I'm in terms of the process here, I've gone through the same sort of thing in Terrytown, but I think that you're extremely well positioned now with the attention of all of the folks on this side who are, can be in any, some have passionate views one way or the other. But I think that if you all agree to work as you have on an equal basis, more or less at the same table, I'm sure that this will bear a tremendous fruit. And last but not least, I met some nice young people at the last meeting who happened, as it turned out, not to agree with my position, but I certainly encourage them to continue to come and ask everyone to realize it's not about winning or losing, it's about being in there and having your say. So thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, well, that's motivation to take less than 3 minutes. It's a small room and a loud noise. Sorry. There's no volume control on that, I take it. Doesn't appear to be, no. Welcome.
Good evening, Mayor and members of the board. I would first of all thank you for listening to the issue as fully as possible. I'm sure on some levels, on many levels, perhaps it's been made you spend some sleepless nights, perhaps, or concern about a lot of hours of concern about this. So I'm grateful that we're going to take a second look at this. I think it's really important that we have the right process for moving forward. I would like to, I think the meeting on the 6th is a good step. I hope from that we then develop a process that's ongoing, one where all of the stakeholders would sit around tables and discuss the issues and come up with some ideas, and to have perhaps a neutral person facilitate the meeting, to be a structured meeting so that it wouldn't go up in 20 different directions, but that we could then consolidate the ideas for going forward and see if we could reach a consensus on these ideas as to how we should go forward. So I think process is very important in this as we go forward. And I think that working together in a non-adversarial way to come to a win-win solution, type of solution, is the way that we need to go here. So thank you very much. I had one concern. I didn't know. I saw on one part that we're tabling this, and then there's another thing that there's a resolution to table it or a resolution to rescind. So I don't know where we are on that. Okay.
Okay, so I'll just clarify. What we tabled was this resolution to defund. That's what we tabled, was Resolution A. Who's next? Do I have to pick someone? Oh, okay. Welcome.
My name is John Van Steen. I'm a resident at 78 South Highland Avenue. This is perhaps a little bit off topic, but one of the things that has been mentioned here by the board members, and that we've also seen on in some of the magazine articles, is a little bit having to do with presentation and attitude, and how it's been a little bit adversarial, and things have been said that perhaps shouldn't have been said, specifically on social media. Well, I'm a financial person that reads stuff in the papers, listens to board meetings, listens to the gathering going on here, but I'm not on social media. And it sort of reminds me of what, in many cases, I tell my clients about watching CNBC. That you get a lot of banter, you get a lot of emotion, you get a lot of people saying things about others, and then the commercial comes in. Okay. So perhaps and what I frequently do is I remind my clients that there is an off button. And so sometimes when this gets a little bit much, perhaps we might take out some of the flavor and the general trends that are in this, but disregard the specifics of it, simply because we as a society have encouraged social media where a person could go on and give something in a very unfiltered manner that doesn't necessarily have any basis in fact, and they can vent their frustrations. And this isn't really the way that we want to conduct public policy. The way to do it, the way to do good public policy, is to turn this off and to listen to the stakeholders and engage in two-way conversations. Those who can positively contribute to, in this case, the development of our downtown. Thank you.
Thank you. And for the record, I think that was entirely on topic. Who's next?
Good evening. My name is Andrew Fisher. I'm actually a resident of Cortland, so I actually don't vote or pay taxes in Ossining, but I felt compelled to speak about this because I had been president of our traffic committee in Cortland for about 5 years, and I spent a few of those years fighting to get a roundabout built in my neighborhood, which I think is very similar in design to the plans I've seen for this one. And I don't know if you had wanted to see one in operation for people. I've read some of the comments in local news of people thinking it's going to impact the businesses in a negative way or pedestrian access in a negative way, and I'm confident neither of those is possible. At the time that we had it built in Cortland, which was, I believe, between 2003 and 2005, I was a proponent of it because I lived nearby, and we had an intersection that constantly was rated traffic level of F, failure. There were a lot of developers trying to develop in that area at the time, and every time a traffic study was done, traffic engineers went out and measured, and they said F, 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 F. I knew that because every day getting out of my home, had to wait 5 minutes for a light to clear when there was hardly anyone out. We had a 5-way intersection that was poorly controlled. After the traffic circle was built, or roundabout, it was rated A 3 years consecutively. They stopped doing the testing after that. Not everybody loved it. I personally quizzed everyone who didn't like it and asked why, and most of them said the consensus was it was annoying. Nobody said it was slower. Nobody said it was more difficult to cross. Everyone acknowledged they got through faster, but maybe they just said annoying. Whatever that means, meaning they're used to having a 4-way traffic light. From the town's point of view, they saved, my recollection, about $6,000 to $8,000 a year on maintenance, man hours, and materials for what was 5 traffic lights. The snowplow guys loved it because they used to have to make 15 passes through that intersection to clear the snow. and now it was one pass around a circle. And they used to have they used to wish the police would block off the intersection for them to do the snow plowing, but the police couldn't take the time to do that. Now they don't need, now one truck makes one circle through. Visually, it was an asset. At the time the town put out design plans, they had budgeted, the paving company guesstimated about $800,000 of their cost to build it, because they had never built one before. The overall budget seemed to grow to $1 million. Luckily, myself and some others on the traffic committee found the State Department of Transportation in Albany had a dedicated department, helped with the design. They brought the cost down to about $600,000 and made it a better, smarter design. I think it's worked. The only thing they misestimated was they put some attractive Belgian block in the middle that the big trucks' wheels had upturned. They needed something more stable, but I'll suggest speak with the town supervisor, town engineer, highway department in Cortland, get some feedback.
Thank
Go
you.
take a look. It's near the Home Depot on
Thank you very
Westbrook
much.
Avenue.
Thank you very much.
Hello. Hi. Okay, I need my reading glasses, sorry. Hello, my name is Susan Reardon. I live Ossining at 10 Callum Avenue, and I've been very lucky to live in the village for 25 years. I've raised 2 sons here as well. I'm also a local architect, and I've been grateful for all my clients here in Ossining. I studied architecture as well as city planning at Syracuse University. I've read much on city planning and how to make cities friendly and welcoming to people walking. I grew up in Manhattan, just in case you didn't know. What makes a downtown vibrant is a mixed use of spaces, starting with stores, restaurants, storefronts for organizations, businesses, lobbies for residential. I've seen that in visiting Philadelphia. This mixed use really works. My hope is that downtown Ossining will resemble the other river towns with buildings on both sides of Main Street. This infill potential is the most important for the corridor leading down to the waterfront, as it does in other towns, like Tarrytown, Sleepy Hollow, Irvington, Dobbs Ferry, Hastings. Downtown Ossining needs to be a place to be. It needs to be a destination for people to shop and meet. It is important that Main Street is a place to be, not just a place to drive through. The intersection of Spring and Main should also be pedestrian safe and friendly. I believe that widening the sidewalks at the corner, bringing the corners closer together will help. Raising the intersection up to help drivers see people who are crossing the street, designated turn lanes and light, lastly a dedicated walk-only light. I've seen this work in Pasadena, California with great success. It's actually a shopping area, and all the lights go red and people just cross. It's amazing. Developing our downtown with added buildings and pedestrian safety would help the village flourish as a destination. And I just have a couple of articles that I found, 6 intersection designs that prioritize pedestrians and principles of fostering a street as places. So I just want to give these to you so you.
Thank you. Oh, good, good. You 2 tag teaming?
We're tag team.
Maybe. It's going to be a dance battle in 2 seconds. Justine Lackey, 46 Camp Works. Oh. That's okay.
Sorry.
Okay. Justine Lackey, 46 Camp Woods Grounds. Some say that from the biggest breakdowns come the biggest breakthroughs. And I think that is the case here. We have reached a great clearing in our village. The roundabout has divided us, but it's also brought us together. I have never seen the Ossining community so engaged in a discussion regarding our future, and I personally find this inspiring. This has been a challenging process, and it's still a challenging process. In this room, and with viewers at home, we have citizens, like you said, anti-roundabout, pro-roundabout, and people who are just like, I don't know, I don't have the information. Many people engaged in the petition process and the roundabout conversation at large feel very, very strongly that the bond should be revoked. That point is moot since it's been tabled. Personally, I don't feel that way. I believe the board's desire to form a working group And setting a date for that initial meeting has shown goodwill and a positive step forward. So thank you. But I say that with one caveat. I think it's really important that no more public money be spent on this roundabout until we're sure which direction we want to go. And to that end, Kaya and I have spent some time envisioning what this working group would look like. And we think its members should be the best and the brightest that Ossining has to offer, with wide and varied professional, demographic, political backgrounds, and skill sets. We imagine the group to be small, so it can be nimble, and have a targeted mission to provide a framework, a timeline, action steps, deadlines, and the defining participating parties, the Village Board of Trustees, and our village needs, so we can move forward quickly into the future. We recommend that this group be formed and the group members selected no later than April 19th, 2017. Just want to make that clear.
That's going to be the line of the evening right there.
I'll take it. But in all seriousness, it's time for us to move from ideas into action. So, thank you.
Hi, Kaya Yam, 55 Walden Road and 127 Main. Oh, sorry.
You can start. She'll take off 10 seconds.
Sorry. Here we go. Okay.
You can go.
Okay, you know who I am. So, we actually had intended to get this sort of proposal here tonight, but we looked at it, it was a little messy, so it's going to take a few days. However, and it threw us for a loop because I had written something that I thought was going to be about the revoking, so now it's slightly changed. But anyway, let me first take a moment to say that I had hoped today would be the day to thank you for taking the steps to revoke the prior authorization, et cetera, Resolution Q. And in spite of this current and second tabling, my recommendation still is that we move forward and the board vote to revoke the resolution and to do so before or soon after the community meeting. And we are looking to this time in between where we hope that maybe we can find the people between that meeting and the 19th, and that in that time we can make a decision whether we want to keep the tabling or not. So I firmly believe that we need a clear slate to keep the engagement alive without prejudice and prejudgment. To postpone or further table the proposed roundabout will create a level of uncertainty that might hamper the engagement and hence the quality of the work we have ahead of us and that we agree should happen. The work group should be diverse and work without the restraints of a resolution that is still pending. In my opinion, to form a viable community-based work group and to have a focused and goal-oriented process, we need to bring the best and most qualified minds in the village together from both within government advisory bodies and outside. It takes experience to embark on the task of completing this roadmap, especially if we intend to do so within a short period of time. We need to include both those who are pro, those who are opposed, and those who are not sure about which solution is best. And we need to include a wide representation of the village residents. But the process cannot succeed, and we may not attract the best people if the resolution stands. A dialogue cannot be even-handed on our preset guideline, and I favor that the works group's conclusions not be dictated by either the resolution or the revoking of it. I may not finish this, but you will have it. I'm aware that my recommendation applies to the current work in progress on the roundabout, such as detailed design, RFP, EIS scheduling, etc., will be stopped. And I do understand that if Resolution Q is revoked, work on the intersection may not happen this summer. For the many, many people who signed the petition and for those who joined the discussion since then, the renewed focus on the solutions for downtown has brought with it a refreshing, valuable, and welcoming community engagement. I do not think we would be at this crossroad today without the petition. I think we can also agree that despite sparring in a few heated exchanges of pros and cons about whether we should have a roundabout at Five Corners intersection or an upgrade to an existing setup, the debate has been carried out with integrity, leaning towards bringing facts and information to the fore rather than hearsay and presumptions. Can I finish? No. No, it's okay.
But please do share it with us.
Okay, yeah, here it
No,
is.
I mean, in writing and then.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Is the next person ready to go? Do we, oh, very good. Welcome.
I think some of our residents have forgotten that we have taxpayers below the roundabout area. There are two accesses to the riverfront by tractor trailer. Snowden Avenue, which is perhaps going to have some new housing, and it's not that wide a street. And then we have our Main Street. Please think about the people who are down below and the tractors that have to go down there to get to their facilities. Thank you.
Thank you very much. More comments?
Hi, my name's Alexis Cole. I'm a new resident of Ossining. I live at 109 Charter Circle in the High Meadow Co-op. I moved here in August. And I am a person who loves historic preservation, and I love to fight City Hall. So when I saw those signs for the Rotary, I was like, what's this Rotary thing? Am I supposed to be against this? And I asked some of my neighbors, and they said, I'm so glad you've asked. So anyway, it turns out that I speak kind of as an outsider since I'm new, right? I'm from Peekskill, so not that far away. I spent the last 7 years up at West Point. I'm a retired staff sergeant, and now I teach at SUNY Purchase. I'm the jazz voice professor, hence my big voice here. But anyway, I did a little bit of reading, and apparently any time that any city in America proposes a roundabout, they get irrational resistance. And this was, I found this in a New York Times article. Eugene R. Russell Sr., a civil engineering professor at Kansas State, says there's a lot of what I would call irrational opposition. People don't understand. They just don't understand roundabouts. And I actually asked around since in the few weeks that I've been hearing about this. I asked some of my friends, I've been telling them about it, and they said, yeah, that happened in my town. So many people said that. And so the statistics on this from a study that I read is that about 65% of people are against roundabouts before they're built, and a year after they're built, about 65% are for them. So there's a great change in public opinion once people understand the roundabout, and once they start living with it. I mean, this is according to a study. It's not, you know, I'm not making it up. I'm not making it up. You can read it in the New York Times. So anyway, I want to say also that when I heard about this petition, it reminded me of something very unscrupulous that I did in college, which was they were giving $1 a signature to anybody who could get you to sign for casino gambling. So, you know, I took my show on the road and I was from Fort Lauderdale. I went up to like the Orlando area and I saw a church festival happening. And I said, these people are going to be really against casino gambling. And I said, here's your chance. You'll get to vote on casino gambling if you sign here and get these things on the referendum. And I talked to my neighbor Frank, who I think called, I hope, and he said that's exactly what happened. They said the person told me I would be able to have a vote on it if I signed here. So I do not believe that all those people were against it. My last point is that you are the working group. You've been working on this for 2 years. I wouldn't have given a crap about this because I trust you guys to do the work. We voted for you, not me, wasn't here, but you know, infrastructure matters. I feel like as long as you're handling them with the utmost care and research, you're doing a great job. And all the things that I've read about roundabouts seem super positive. I'm a big environmentalist too. So I did write a song called Rotary, vote for the Rotary, but I don't think I have enough time to sing it, so whatevs. Thank you.
Thank you, Alexis. We did receive your letter. Pleasure to meet you in person. I didn't want to interrupt you because it was like watching a stand-up act, but generally it was entertaining and engaging, but generally when people do come and speak during the meetings, you should be addressing the board, not just the room. No, you're fine. You're fine. I'm just letting everybody know that's the procedure.
Tell people the cameras are everywhere.
Oh yeah, and the cameras are everywhere.
So you
everywhere.
They're facing who the person, so you don't have to worry about that part.
Thank you. Who is next? Who wants to follow that? Who else has a song for us? Please, John.
John, only if you're singing.
Oh, no.
Monotone voice.
It takes all kinds, John. Please join us. We're pleased to have you.
John Zeltzman, 17 Westview Avenue. Okay. I probably sent you an email. I don't know if any of you had a chance to read it. It was very last minute, but I'd like to try to get through it if I can. I understand, and I'm disappointed that the roundabout process has been so contentious. And it should never have gotten to that point. But that's history, and let's move on. I appreciate that the board is stepping back to reconsider the downtown in a more comprehensive way. At the same time, I think that doing another visioning session is not the right approach. We've done plenty of visioning sessions over many years that I've been involved with the village, and we've had several studies and reports, and we have several studies and reports to refer to. I would urge the board to consider a somewhat different approach. Please consider convening a task force of stakeholders knowledgeable about the downtown, some with expertise in architecture and planning, some with who own businesses downtown, some with community development perspective, and some with a good sense of how the various constituents of our community think and have some insight into their aspirations. I would also recommend that persons from our various boards, commissions, and committees be included. I mean, Kaya and I talked a little bit, but we didn't really share our total thoughts. I think 10 to 12 people would probably be a good-sized board to have, a commission to have for this task force. The charge of this task force, I think the charge for this task force should be for creating a straw man, and that would include the following: a map delineating the downtown area for business development, an inventory of properties including current uses and conditions, a list of developable properties, a vision of what the downtown could be over the next 10 years, including land use, density and height, building use, retail, hospitality, professional, small-scale production, residential, open space and public use, pedestrian flow, vehicular traffic, parking, and architectural contextualization. I emphasize that, architectural contextualization. I recommend a recommendation as to the zoning changes that may be desired, recommendations on how the development would be managed, recommendations on the types of companies that would be appropriate for developing and building within the downtown, and a list of planners that could draw up a site use plan, because that's the document that would actually guide the implementation of such work. Once this task force has a straw man completed, then sessions for public comments would be in order. At this point, public and trustees would have something concrete to respond to other than a blank imagine. And at this point, a planner would be engaged to create the actionable plan, and they would have a roadmap to guide them. Wow, I did it.
Well done, thank you.
Perfect.
Okay, yeah, well, I just want to remind everyone, the next topic we're going to discuss is the board's going to try and figure out what is our agenda for the April 6th meeting going to be. And I actually like everything that Justine, Kaya, and John said, and it's very similar to some preliminary conversations the board was having. So figuring out exactly what that next step, whether it's a working group and what their goal will be, it's definitely, I think, going to be a goal for us to be able to present on April 6th. I got your email, I didn't read it thoroughly. I know you have something coming, so that I think that can help get us to that next stage in a way that, that whole finding common ground thing, I think there's a lot of it on that front particularly. Sorry to keep you waiting.
No problem. Hello, Joanne Tall, 4 Liberty Street. I too am thankful that people are stepping back. Rika had said she's surprised this issue became such a big issue. I'm not, because the historic district is precious. It's something we have that not many other villages in Westchester have the collection we have and the diversity we have in historic buildings. And also, I agree with Quantel that public land is precious. We have a historic district that's precious. We have public land, downtown that's precious. And I'm in agreement with Kaya, John, and Susan in the way that Susan had said the importance of infill. And in the development of downtown, and I agree that, some sort of working group of highly qualified people that have knowledge in planning, architecture, traffic, all of the above, how towns and villages and cities run. I've been around Austining long enough to have been at these meetings with several studies about downtown, which this village hired very good professionals, and I'd like to know where these studies are and why they're not being used. I mean, they're not that old. They're like 3, 4, 5 years old studies. It's not like, you know, a study being done at some time in the past that are just irrelevant because we're a much different village. We had economists, developers, planners, all these people come in. And I just would like to see those studies incorporated in a working group. And I agree with the mayor, there has to be some actionable item after this. We've been studying too long, but I do feel, as a taxpayer, you know, I feel I pay for these studies. I paid for the traffic engineer to design the traditional intersection. I paid for the traffic engineer to do the roundabout. I paid for the traffic engineer to do animation of the roundabout. You know, it's enough already. Get a plan for the downtown and follow through on it. Because it's gonna, like John had said, it needs to be bigger than the intersection. It needs to consider the riverfront, everything else. And make a plan, stick with it, and march forward. And we do a bit at a time till we accomplish something whole. That's it.
Thank you, Joanne. Who's next? Rika gets her own mic. She doesn't have to go to that one. But that mic is open for whoever would like to speak next. We all done? Nobody else wants to comment? Everybody else was just here to listen? Okay. Well, I really want to thank everybody because 2 weeks ago we were really raw and tense. And prior to that we were really adversarial. And what we said that night is that we wanted to transition from an adversarial dynamic to a collaborative one. And I think tonight's comments demonstrate that however you come in this room, the common ground that we all share is that we really do want to work together to figure something out, particularly big picture. And I appreciate people understanding that in our effort to be responsive to what we're hearing from the community, that we have to have some flexibility, hence the change in the agenda. We put out an agenda so we can communicate with you to the best of our ability what we anticipate speaking about, and then when we need to modify it, we do. And so it's not that we're not trying to catch you by surprise. We just want you to be as informed as possible as soon as possible. So with that, do we have a motion to go back into work session?
So moved.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
And if you're interested in the April 6th meeting, stick around because that's our first topic on the renewed work session agenda. All right. Do we need to pause while everybody walks out of the room? If we do that, why don't we take a 5-minute break because we have a while to go still? I guess we'll just stick right with our schedule, which is going to be to talk about the agenda for the aforementioned April 6th meeting. You know, could we somebody shut that door? Dave, somebody shut that door? Yes. Okay, thank you. Oh, thank you, Tom. So, April 6th, 7 to 9, we'll be at the Austining Public Library. A couple of the ideas that were mentioned were to do a Q&A about the roundabout, and then to talk about what this work group would be composed of and start soliciting applicants. Those are some of the ideas. What are some of the other topics of what people would like to see discussed, presented, heard?
Well, I'm not sure there's, you know, I mean, I suppose we could continue with the question and answer part of the roundabout. I'm not so sure how. I'm not sure we get that many questions about it, to be honest with you. I mean, there's certainly plenty of information out there now that more people. Excuse me. now that more people have had a chance to go to our website and look at other information. I mean, I don't object to the Q&A, but I certainly agree with some of the speakers that. I agree with some of the speakers that spoke, you know, recently in this meeting, just about kind of putting together the committee in figuring out what that's going to look like. I think that'll be really beneficial, and I think that's a good step forward.
So,
Be for that.
I'm sorry. So in the beginning when we were talking about, or when this idea came about the 4-6, I had raised a question about, I wanted to know what the purpose of the 4-6 was. Are we going to have a group to actually discuss the ways that we go in about engaging the public? Like, are they going to set up the plan? Are they going to, are we asking for recommendations for consultants to look at public engagement? Or from some of the comments today, are we going to just get a task force together and look at all the things that we've actually compiled together and say, okay, this is what we have, this is what it looks like, and then discuss public engagement? Because I think even from this whole conversation about the roundabout is that we just really need to find a better way and within our process of looking at public engagement. One of the things that PACE always recommends is that before we do any major project to really do like town hall meetings. So I didn't know exactly the scope of how we want to form this. Are we just talking about straight downtown right now, bam, 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 or are we just gonna sit there and have the first meeting talk about what's the best way to actually engage the public? How are we gonna do that, or what this group is gonna do? So that was just some of my thoughts.
So I liked, we kind of touched this briefly a couple of weeks back, and what would that look like, and what all should be doing. Then the task force work came at that meeting, and I think that's what some of the community has engaged. Definitely all what it was said right now, I agree. This is in regards to the intersection, and then this is in regards to the downtown, and what are we doing with the facilities that we have. And I agree. I think Joanne had left, Joanne told, but we do have all documents. We have studies that we have done. So I think those are tools that need to be brought into the conversation for this first meeting, July 6th. Definitely a timeline. It needs to be done. I'm not sure if another 2 years of studies or another year and a half of discussions is going to be beneficial for anything or for any of us at all. I think definitely that's part of what I think will morph out of that meeting, and what the discussions will be at that meeting, and what we could learn from previous venues that we have done public engagement. Definitely the task force, I can see, definitely a small group. I'm not sure if the 12 is the number. It could be the number, I don't know. It could be more or less, but I think that's definitely after their findings, that's when you get the public engagement portion of it. To me, that's just me, involved, and be like, this is what we have come up. This is what our recommendation will be to the board, I'm assuming, at that point. And then the board will bring that to the public and be like, this is the recommendations. There's a public hearing portion after that. And, something that, talking about maybe less than 3 months to 6 month period to come up with something. I don't think it needs to, whatever happens at that point, it needs to be executed. So that's where my frame mind is right now. I don't know if that will be happening. Definitely the rest of my colleagues, will have additional information, and then even in this meeting, something else can come up. But I think we can definitely figure it out. And I know there's definitely a lot of smart people in the village that they can help us out, and people with their skills that they can help us figure something out within the time period of definitely 3 months to get this whole thing process started.
Rika? Let me just say before, Rika, you speak, I'm sure you have something you want to say anyway, but I want to, if you wouldn't mind commenting, you shared with me a couple of the documents that you've used in the past that have given a structure and guidelines on how to create working groups and how to set their goals. If you could tell us some of your thoughts, and I think that it's going to be, pretty similar, or at least somewhat complementary to what we might be receiving from some of the members of the community who have, that common ground we talked about will be the process moving forward potentially.
Right, so, you know, I have the sort of the corporate background that does new business development, which really means you take things from ideation to and strategy to implementation. So, and mostly in financial services. And so these issues of you have an idea or a desire, and then how do you move it forward? And so a lot of what John talked about, and I think Kaji did too, is how do you move things forward? Like, how do you design the finish line so you know where you're going, so you're not just sort of just running around, right? Because you would never do that in your life. And even if you don't get to that finish line, you need a finish line. You need to know what the end result needs to look like. Then you need to know the timing you'd like it to happen in and work your way backwards. Say, what will it take to get there? And so I shared with the mayor a couple of documents that when I did speaking engagements and getting people to think about that. And usually under scenarios where the groups were not getting where they wanted to, because if they were, nobody would have asked me to come and speak about that, really is it's one step beyond what PACE suggests, actually, because what PACE suggests, in my humble opinion, requires groups that are already fluid and functioning. And the nature of this is not that it's not functioning, it's that there are lots of people with lots of things, and every time other governments do something, it's like grenades dropping in. In a corporation, you don't have that because you have management people that sit there and go, no, this is what we're going to focus on. And so here, you know, every time the federal government does something or a local government, it's like popcorn, right? You're moving around. And that's bad because you're not moving forward when you're moving around. So I did share a couple of documents, and really coincidentally not realizing, very similar. You know, things like, you know, 5 people are task force, but they're not a good working committee. Somewhere between the 5 and 20, beyond 20, you cannot get anything done. Especially if the people are passionate. You cannot get anything done. It sounds great at a university, it doesn't work. So the numbers that you guys, the idea that you have to have a finish line, so the finish line here from me, I thought for the, I love how you're now branding it the 4-6. It's great. That's what's going to happen now. That's what it's going to be referred to as the meeting, is going to be to really get stakeholders, public engagement, and elected officials who represent the total public, all of the public, the silent, the loud, and all the people in between that, to be represented in that conversation. Yes, there has to be expertise. You cannot have working committees without expertise in the room. It doesn't go anywhere. So all the things, I'm trying to think what's in sort of my documents. There's a lot about you need a chair, and deciding on a chair could be a real process, but you need one. And in this environment, there is no CEO that decides on the chair. I mean, there can be, but that also becomes contentious as who becomes. You need diversity. You have to differentiate between people who declare themselves to be representative of community. We have lots of people who say they represent. They don't. They represent themselves and say they represent others, and then there really are people that legitimately represent a larger group. So these are the things I think on 4-6 is something that we look up. You put a board. It's not a visioning piece. There's been a lot of that. It's got to be a little fluid. So that the chair, the numbers, guiding principles have to be established at this meeting. My opinion, if you can't show up to 3 consecutive meetings, you're off the group. So these are, I'm a very pragmatic person. So these are the kind of things I shared with the mayor. If you're representing, I don't want to name a thing. I want to name something. If you're representing the Girl Scout, because that's a not-for-profit, I want to use that because I don't think they're going to have input into this. I don't want to name. So let me just use that. If you're doing the Girl Scout and they appoint somebody to represent that one person, if that person can't make it and they can come to you, say you're out, they have a right to maybe put somebody in there, because really it's the group that's being represented versus an individual. You need a lawyer, you're going to need a corporation counsel, because there's some things you're not going to be able to do. So I think the guiding principles have to be established. You know, it has to be bigger than a bread box. My thought was that the 4-6 piece is going to really be about the downtown, not just a roundabout, that's a part of the downtown, but it cannot be all of Ossining, because again, you load up the horse cart with so much, the horse is going to die trying to pull it. And that's the pain. Was it Joanne that said, I paid for this and I paid for that? That's the pain. you have to pay for all those people because a lot of studies that are done say don't do anything. And you shouldn't feel bad paying them for that because that's what the study was supposed to do, is educate you. You have a right to say, well, I don't want to do that now. That's okay. So there are a lot of these guiding principles. The chair, the number is going to be really important. Who's represented fairly, how you're going to meet, who's going to roll up their sleeves, and if they don't, what happens, and most importantly, finish line and how you get there. And I think that you guys said almost, I think that's about right. Nice to have a moderator oftentimes. I think Kevin actually is here. Kevin's doing another project where he's really moderating so that there is an individual, I'm sorry, Kevin Dworkin. I don't know if you like to be called doctor. I don't mean to be okay, I don't want to be disrespectful. People work hard to get their titles. I don't want to be disrespectful. I didn't mean to be disrespectful. So that could be something, but that's the 4-6 is rolling up the sleeves right away and saying, how do we get that? So for me, it's the downtown. And I think John and I were actually just in a little break, were saying you almost, I think you said, you have to actually take a pen and on a map and actually draw the line so people have a very clear vision so they don't start talking about up here or down here, that there is a vision about what we're all talking about. So that, I think that's it. If we accomplish that in those number of hours, it's going to be huge. That's going to move us forward, and that's what I'd like to see done.
Okay, so what I'm hearing is, and that's originally what we actually talked about for that night, is to come out of that night with a clear plan of what is this working group going to look like. And I think ideally we would walk out of there where there's a place you can click on the website. You want to apply to be part of this group, click here, tell us why you want to be part of this, and then when you do that, you have to have a clear expectation of what is the commitment you're making. So we're going to have to know within 2 weeks, what is the timeline? Are we saying people are going to commit to meet once a week, once every other week? Is it going to be a total of 12 meetings? Is it going to be over the months of April, May, June, July, or just April, May? Like that all really needs to be laid out, because if people are going to commit to this, we want to find great quality people who are going to be able to follow through with it. And we want to have 4 times as many people as we have positions, not because we want to have a bunch of people disappointed, but because we want to have a lot of tough choices to make to have as rich a group contributing as possible. Now, we also need to be clear. We've done a lot of public engagement and visioning, and I remember when early on, before I was mayor, and our previous village planner said, yeah, sure, we can do the, in fact, my sidewalk was her idea. That's a good way for us to get people's ideas, and then we went out, and my first year as mayor, you participated in it, you participated in it, other community members, where we did focus groups, and we went out, and you know, it was a good way to engage people and have conversations and have people participate in a way that they hadn't. But the feedback we got was kind of the feedback that we've gotten before, and that we know, like, people love the diversity of Ossining, people love the beauty of Ossining, people want a space where we can engage in the public. Like, we have some pretty clear ideas of a lot of what is probably going to go into this plan. And we do have a lot of studies. In fact, I want to point people to, it's still up on our website. If you scroll down on the homepage, it's called Village of Ossining, New York, Market Square and Parking Lot Redevelopment Possibilities, Final Summary Report. That's the report that I believe Joanne was referring to, that was from, it was started, actually it was approved in 2012, and it was done pretty much in 2013, 2014. So that's up here. And what that is it was a group of people that included an architect, somebody who's an expert in economic development and retail, somebody who talked about parking and traffic, and they provided us with initially like 5 and then 7 and then 10 and then 2 different scenarios of what a developer would want to do in the 2 empty of the 5 corners, so the Market Square and the post office lot. There's a lot of information there. That's a really good starting point and a valuable tool for whatever we do next. We do not want to do that again. We have that. It's pretty recent. And I also would point people, if you're interested in watching another board meeting on video, early on in this process, Rika, you'd been on the board for like a month. October 28th, right. 2015 was the last time we had a community meeting, I believe the last time, in the library, and the entire agenda was about downtown economic development. it was the month that it was the second public meeting where we discussed the roundabout, but that was just one of the topics. One of the other topics was a summary of all of the feedback we'd gotten from the community in those workshops and, which we kicked off at the Village Fair in 2015. We heard from Sing Sing Prison Museum, we solicited more people to join the Downtown Development Fund Council, and actually that has proven to be a productive group, and we've appropriated some money, and it looks like we have some projects moving forward. So there was a little bit that came out of that, but there was a lot of conversation. So that's October 28th, 2015. If you're looking for the last time we sat in that room and talked about downtown economic development, and if you want to see the study that was referenced before by Joanne and myself, that's on the website. So what I'm hearing is on April 6th, we want to be ready to talk about what is the working group. Why don't we, Rika, you and I have already started discussing, why don't you and I be a subcommittee over the next 2 weeks? That could be mostly by email.
You know what, I'm going to be helpful. And I have to apologize, I'm on my cell phone all the time. So my mom's like really, I'm very close to my mother, and she lives in Austin, so does my dad, but my mom is really on her final days, and so we're on a family chain taking turns, which is why I keep looking to get an update. So I am going to be really helpful, but I feel, based on my comment before, that you have to be present. I can't commit tonight, because I'm
That's fine.
But I will be amazingly there for when needed and called upon, and,
It's fine.
we'll see what happens.
We only have 2 weeks anyway, so for this process.
Right.
The board is looking forward to getting some of the input. We got your email today. I know you're going to send us something. Rika sent me some documents. I think we can come up with a proposal. It's not something that we need to vote on in advance, but a proposal to put out there. Because as we have found, it is human nature to say, we're going to do this so that everybody can tell us how bad an idea that is. And until we do that, you don't have anything to complain about. So we're going to put out a proposal, and then on April 6th, you're going to tell us all the things we need to fix, and then we can move forward with the application process.
I may word it a little differently, so I think
Please.
when you have something to look at, it's just easier to edit than to create. I also suggest very strongly, I happen to love social media, I do this for a living, but I really would recommend that emails are really effective. If you have ideas and you're busy, you can't do it, people have lives to lead, but they have input. Really, from tonight on, there's no reason you can't send an email and say, hey, have you thought about this? I'd like to do that. I saw this study. I mean, we read all our emails, and it doesn't have to be to all of us if you feel more comfortable, but don't wait till 4/6, my new name, Quantel. Don't wait for it. There's no reason to, and even if you can't be a part of the group, you may have some input that would be really helpful. And we collect, we keep all of those emails, and it's not for the whole public. It's just, as John said before, not everybody's on social media. So if you're listening to this or whatever, just send it to us. It'll be really helpful.
Paul, did you have something on to?
Yes, thank you. Just some specific items. We did find some of the old paperwork from the past 10 years of the same. I think was referenced out here, and you were referencing it there. So I'll make that available to you. I just, unearthed them recently with the administrative staff. So you'll have some more additional jumping off points as you formulate your topics and your focuses for the downtown, because that's specifically what it was done a couple times in the last 10 years, actually. So that's good to have, I think. So I'll get that to you.
Paul, you're going to have incorporate study for the parking lot, sure?
The parking lot was actually probably more than 10 years ago, but
can you add that in?
I don't know if we found that one, but
I remember seeing that somewhere.
Yeah, we'll look for it. I'm sure it's somewhere in there. Secondly, I'll segue from Rika's comments about her solicitation of emails. I'll tell you that in advance of seeing where this may go tonight, I asked the traffic engineer if he was available on April 6th, if there was going to be, if that was going to dominate the agenda that evening. He's not. So I think most of the questions that I think could come up have been vetted, but if, some people are a little late to the party, so if they have new questions that they think are new, ask them early, email them, call the manager's office, Because anything I can get in advance that I wouldn't be able to answer, I would like to be able to answer them at that meeting if it comes up, because he will not be there to answer them if he even knows the answer. So anything in advance would be great. And lastly, in our last engineering meeting, as we go through with the construction documents for the roundabout, which is still ongoing, which I think is important for the public to know, we picked the construction start date to create a schedule, and we backed into all the things that have to happen before that. And the first thing that has to happen is the public release of the bid documents, and we need authorization for the same. So if we stick with this schedule, we backed into a possible April 5th request for authorization to bid. That doesn't necessarily mean that we're going to go out to bid. It just means that that's procedurally what I may be coming to the board to ask on the legislative session on the 5th for construction documents. Because if I wanted to bring that forth now, because if we don't want to stick with that type of schedule, then we jeopardize even the possibility of construction this summer.
Okay.
Let's, we don't have to decide that right now, right? Do we?
No,
The April 5th
No, I just,
authorization? And can you explain to us a little bit more what the authorization to go out to bid would be and what happens after that?
well, I'll actually read right from the schedule we just sketched out quickly yesterday. Every capital project needs to be bid publicly if it reaches a certain monetary threshold, which this most certainly will. And we're in the process with the engineers, the traffic engineer, in creating bid documents. And in order to put a document out for public bidding, the board has to authorize that bidding. When they make that authorization, they're doing it with the understanding that there's either intent to borrow or there's funds available, which Tom mentioned in an earlier meeting, that the borrows, I think Trustee Codman referenced that the village goes out and does borrows in October for capital purchase and construction, but if available, can allot money from the fund balance with the anticipation of borrowing in October, and that satisfies the financial set aside to go forth with the project. This project is not extremely technical in nature, so we put a compressed time on the street for public bidding of right now about 2 weeks, and which in that window we look to have questions and answer periods with potential contractors and site visits so they could see exactly where they would work. That would take place between the weeks of April 17th and April 28th, with a pre-bid meeting being sometime around the April 25th. The bid documents, we anticipate opening them on April 28th. We would have about a week's worth of reviewing those bid documents and qualifying the potential low bidder. And on May 10th, come back to the Village of Ossining Board of Trustees for authorization to award. So there could be a 2-week window between award and actual commencement in the field. That would give us time to make the award, collect the insurance documents, and allow a contractor to mobilize and buy out the necessary material and create his mobilization and lay down areas for commencement on or about June 1st to give us the June, July, and August construction season.
So I have a bunch of questions now. Thank you, Paul. Appreciate that. And I guess the question is to the board, where we just went over almost for an hour and plus in regards to the particular project and how do we incorporate the community, and we are setting up a meeting in regards April 6th to move forward with the intersection and the downtown itself, because we don't know where is that going to lead at some point of time. Are we comfortable enough to keep the engineering firm that we have asked to do the construction documents for this particular project to continue. I guess that's question number one. Question number two is, and I know we had a process to go through, so I'm assuming the part that we do the secret process is also part of this, has continued to move forward. Okay.
Sorry about that. I'll start again. It's running the parallel track as we originally stated, with the secret process with Kellard Sessions Consulting, and this anticipates possible comments back from SHPO, but with a negative deck by the Board of Trustees prior to, I think, notice to proceed in the contract.
And what time would that be?
I think notice to proceed was going to be sometime in late May. Right now, it also depends on the comments that come back. So.
Yeah.
Can you help us understand a little bit more, because we don't usually analyze each step of this process to this degree. We just make a decision and move forward, and the staff just moves it forward, and then we have a lovely new project. Because we don't do the day-to-day, but now we're kind of having to start to understand the day-to-day, because we're second-guessing our decision at every step, and every time we move forward with another step, it's, do we really want to take this next step if we're not sure we want to get to the end result? If we give the authorization on April 5th, to authorize the bid documents to go out, what that is that's putting it out to bid and then allowing people to bid on it.
Correct.
They have 2 weeks to come back with their bids. They could come back and say, oh my gosh, your estimates were way off. We don't expect that, because this is kind of the same process we go through for everything. We hire people that should know what they're talking about. The bids should come up somewhere around the expectation. Authorizing the bids and having the bids come back is in itself not a big action for us to take. It's us basically placing the equivalent of an RFP, but putting the bid out there and waiting for something to come back, correct?
Correct, with the exception of the fact that we're required to put in the front end of the specification that there is a, I'm going to say, I think it's a 40-day window, and if Stuart or Tom want to correct me, they can. There's a 40-day window that says the municipal entity has to award it within that day, or the bid becomes void. So either the contractor can walk away, or we don't have to award, but unless there's an agreement to extend. So there is
40-day window from when?
2 weeks.
from the opening of the bid,
From the opening.
opening of the bid document. Yeah.
So that would be like April 6th.
No.
I didn't extend that portion. My calendar was based on if you want to build it this summer. This
No,
is
no,
the schedule.
I'm not understanding then. 40 days from the day that we put it out to bid, which means very
No,
soon
no, no,
after we
I'm
authorize
sorry.
it?
I'll start over. The bid document goes to the public. Contractors pick up the bid documents, they review them, they attend the field walkthrough, and 2 weeks after they are put on the street for bidding, there is a bid opening process with the clerk's office.
Oh,
We
okay.
read out loud the bids. We take about a week to qualify the apparent low bidder. And following that, then there's a window within the front end that says, okay, the village, you need to make a decision. Are you going to award this, or are you not going to award it? And the contractor waits. And
So that's a hard deadline. We are either saying you're now going to build this or you're not now going to build this.
yes, and that hard deadline is right around the first week of May after we do the bid review to qualify the contractor.
That's when the 40 days starts, or that's when the 40 days
I don't want to put too much weight into 40 days. I'd have to look at the front end what the window is. But again, even if you decide on the 40th day, I'll still tell you that maybe we can't do it that summer, because you take away the month of June if you do that, and that's what we anticipated being a month into the project already.
So as soon as, okay, so the first week of May is what you're saying.
Yeah.
Ideally sooner.
That's right now, the first week of May is when we anticipate reviewing bid documents. But the reason I interjected this now is because the bid documents need to be inclusive of the work to be performed. And as we talk about what we're going to do with Market Square, to what extent are you encroach on Market Square, that all impacts the bid document. So this is, to some extent, we are moving forward. The only, what I talked about yesterday with the consultant was the only way we can really circumvent that issue and still leave the portion of Market Square that, which is not encroached upon, is to just create that maximum parking space that I showed in the last rendering and call that an alternate, and build a roundabout with everything else that is a necessary traffic component in a roundabout, but make the to make the parking area an alternate. Whereas if the group that is going to be formed to determine what you're going to do in certain areas says, okay, at that point maybe the roundabout is, let's proceed with that, but we really don't know what we want to do in Market Square, then that area that is not impacted by the roundabout, maybe we won't build that parking area. Maybe they want to go out for RFP. Maybe they want to build a park there. Maybe they want to do something.
Okay, so let me make sure I understand this. So if, let me just also say that.
So, before you, so
yeah, go
there,
ahead.
there was a way to build a roundabout without encroaching on Market Square?
No.
I think what he's saying is, the way the roundabout was originally conceived, it was just talking about where the cars go, where the sidewalks are, where the crosswalks are. The last rendering that was provided gave a scenario of what could be in the Market Square area right now, which was to maximize parking that could be
increase
parking during the
parking.
week, and on the weekends it could be farmers market space or whatever. It doesn't have to be that. It could be a playground. It could be a fountain. It could be whatever, community garden. It could be whatever we wanted it to be. If we want to leave that as a separate piece, as an alternate, element, and really what we're going out to do is it's to bid for the construction of the traffic and pedestrian component, and then allow that to be determined with more community input.
Right. It also could be left, whatever's not impacted by the roundabout as is. So whatever parking remains, whatever part of the stage remains, we would put obviously appropriate finished interface work, and then it just stays like that.
So what are we asking people on 4-6 to do? Are we asking them to plan out downtown Ossining with the proposed plan of the roundabout? Like, is that what we spent an hour really discussing?
No, the initial idea was that working group would be looking big picture, what do we want our downtown to look like, so that if we're going to go out to RFP next year, we know this is what we want in our downtown. And then if we're going to invite a developer in, they're just going to build something to support that. We want to have parking and open space and this and that, and it's going to allow us to do this and that. That's what I thought the working group was going to be designing, and then the work product at the end would be something we could take to then have the built space around it support that. This is a much more short-term consideration, I think. I mean, if what you're saying is we could just continue to have a bunch of lopsided paving stones there for the next year or two while that group is deciding, and then it could just stay that way until we do something big picture. It could be something interim. I don't know. You may
So the
have some-
timing's a problem because you want to do it during the summer. If you could do it in September, October, when the school's around, because then it starts being cold, then everything moves. It's specifically because you want to get it done, and you have to figure out that you want to do it at that time of the year. You could do it 1 month later, but you're afraid because the schools start.
There's bus traffic, and then
And the
there's
commuters are back,
commuter
because
traffic,
August is the slowest month. So that's actually the issue here.
That's how
Always,
it was. That's been since the beginning, and
So the dates are really.
Okay.
Okay.
All right.
I guess my question is still, we still haven't answered the question that I had asked. So are we continuing moving forward with construction documents for the roundabout? Because that's not what, at least in my head, that's not what we have said early today, that we were going to get the engagement and the communications between the public and us to move forward with this project. Again, I'm the person who brought the roundabout to the table, which I have no problem. I had to admit that before, but thank you, John, for taking the credit early today, so I appreciate that too. But, you know,
getting you off the hook.
Yeah.
no, that's what I said. Thank you.
He was taking the,
But, you know, I think it's for us to keep moving forward, you know, that part that I think that's the part that I'm still confused, which I have no problem, because we already pay our consultant to do the construction documents, to use that as base to what we should be doing in there. And if the roundabout is part of our bigger picture, then it'll be awesome. But, you know, to me, going out to bid, that's a little bit too much. I mean, that would give us an idea of how much that project would actually be in reality. So if we want to do that as for an exercise, you know, but, you know, at this point, because we haven't met and we haven't done the, you know, the July 6th yet, or April 6th meeting yet, I'm not sure if I want to take that liberty to keep moving forward with that idea.
Okay,
Right now.
let me just clarify. It's either an exercise to find out what we would get back from consultants, and now we have an additional piece of information that we are nearly at already because we made a decision, or it's a necessary step in keeping this process moving forward. When I said nothing is irreversible right now, that's still true. But the moment we stop the process, then something becomes irreversible. Then nothing happens this year. We take it off the table for 2017. We de facto defund it because we take it off track and it cannot move forward.
And yet we call that an open slate. That doesn't sound or look like an open slate. I'm looking at the calendar right now. It starts April 17th. If he's reviewing by May 5th and from April 28th you have 40 days, or then that company walks away, what's the purpose here? I think we kind of need to make a decision.
Well, there's a couple things going on here, you know, I mean, after I heard Paul talk me through it, you know, we still have an opportunity to step away. We could go through the bid process and we could still vote to defund and we could walk away, but we'd have the benefit of actually understanding what it would cost to do the roundabout. Because that's one of the questions you've had, is like, how much does this really cost? Well, if we put it out to bid, we're going to get bids, and and there'll be legitimate bids from legitimate contractors. We would actually find out what the thing would cost. Now, would that be the final determiner of whether we decide to defund it or not? I don't know. The idea is, I agree with the mayor that, you know, once we defund this thing, it's over, it's done, it's gone. Okay, we still have some more things we can learn from this process by going through the bid documents and everything else. Okay, we could meet in just like we did tonight. Okay, we could meet in a work session. Okay, you know, I guess we have the 5th, so the next meeting would be the 13th. You know, we could go into legislative session and decide to defund it then. You know, we still have plenty of time to make that decision because we haven't gone through the total process. And I frankly am very curious, you know, because people have been all around the horn about, you know, how much it's going to cost, and the roundabout's going to cost more, and, you know, for me it was a wash, you know, and the thing that I'm frustrated about is that there's not a lot of trust in a process that our professionals, including Paul Fraioli, I mean, if you look at all the municipal projects that he's done, I mean, all of them have come in under budget. You know, Paul is very conservative. I mean, I've sat in this chair for 5 years and I've watched municipal projects go down, and you know, every year somehow money comes back into the coffers because they look at it from a very conservative perspective. And I think it's worth finding out what it's going to cost, you know? And that's why I'm very comfortable moving forward. We still have plenty of time to walk away from this if we want to do that.
You have until May 17th, from what I'm looking at. You're starting April 6th. You know, this is not about trust in Paul Fraioli. We just spent an hour talking about the process, and inviting people into the process and doing a clean slate. What's not trustworthy is we continue on the process as business as usual and then say, oh, I'm gonna bring you to the table. That's not trustworthy. You have
I
until
don't share
April,
that. I
you
don't
have
share
until
that
May
opinion.
17th.
I do not share that opinion.
Okay.
Okay, so let me just clarify something here. People coming together to having a conversation about what we're going to have in the future of our downtown, whether it's a roundabout or not, is a very small piece of that picture. The decision was made to go forward with the roundabout. A decision may be unmade to go forward with the roundabout. Either way, there's a lot of work to do to figure out the rest of our downtown. That's the point of the working group. That's the point of figuring out what we're going to do. As far as I'm concerned, you can put it on the agenda. We'll talk about it on April 5th. Because if you don't, then we're not talking about it anymore, and we just de facto defunded it. I'd like us to move forward deliberatively, unless anybody else has something to say.
Yeah, I think one, I do. I think one of the reasons you want to do it is, you know, there's other projects, right, going on, but things change all the time, as we've just seen. So not to complete this piece of it would be silly. Why not do it? What is the downside? I don't see a downside. And lots of conversation went around like, oh, it's going to cost $1.6 million, it's going to cost $14 million. You know, the truth is, that's nonsense. That's a problem. So to spend, I mean, we've been doing this for 2 years, we've been told, so not to spend, what, another 2 weeks to get actual facts and finish the process and then say, yeah, not liking it, not doing it, or sit there and say, we may not do it now. I don't know if we can do it next summer because we have other main projects going on, but those projects may change. So we're going to sit here a year from now and say, shit, if only, I'm sorry, if we only did the other, sorry about that. Sorry.
Well done.
Sorry. If we didn't do that, I mean, you know, you're like 9/10 of the way through one aspect because there's a step after and a step after. It's ridiculous. It's irresponsible. Finish it. It's a part of the process. No downside. And you pull the plug at another point. We will now know what's happening. We will now see what's going on. And what is the downside? It has nothing to do with anything except people now know what it's expected to cost, which is why you have to first get the bond, and then you have to actually materialize it, and that's what we do with lots of these capital projects. First it's a guesstimate, then it's an estimate, and then it's reality. Same process. I don't see any downside, and I think that's what John was saying earlier. I only see an upside to information, and the process is already in place. It is not whether we believe or don't believe, so why not? And then we pull the plug if that comes. Nothing changes. And the people who will sit in that room will have more information then that they didn't have today, and it's a part of a larger picture. And a year from now, something will change with some of the other projects that I think are in the way for next year, Paul, and we'll be ready for it. And if we don't do this and something happens to the other projects, we're like, we're silly. We did 9/10 of the work and we didn't do the last 10th for what? I just don't see it. So my support is to finish what was started. We'll pull the plug and defund at any time we want, except the only difference now is we'll actually have some information about budgets, which is one of the main concerns when these petitions were done that came through for me. And so why not answer that question? I don't see why not.
Okay. I will tell you that if whatever you decide to do, if and when we get to the bid opening and award phase, there have been capital projects in my tenure here that were either delayed in award or not awarded or awarded based on the outcome of the bid. So you have those options were all on the table up until the day we execute the contracts.
Great. Thank you. Thank you for clarifying for us this process in detail. We've learned so much about capital projects. Paul, I've been dominating tonight. You want to move us along on the agenda? Sorry.
Oh. No.
Technically. We're not that bad, I have to say, folks, if you look at where we are.
No, we're only 18 minutes behind. Rika, I think we, that was a new, a new high or a new low, depending on how you look at it. 4+ years on the board.
Okay, I'm just
I'm glad it
saying.
was you and not me.
I look at YouTubes of other boards. I think that's
No?
definitely not the worst that's ever been said.
I hope, hopefully nobody from the FE. Hopefully
We
we're
are-
not getting a fine. sentence
We
here.
are on the 9:10 p.m. topic, which is an update on the housing in Austin, Pathway to Building Stronger Neighborhoods study being accomplished by Kevin Dworka, and with him tonight is Lynn Brooks Obney, and they have some PowerPoint presentation to make for us. So at that point, I'll turn it over to Mr. Kevin Dworka and Lynn Brooks Obney.
Okay, I'm going to be brief. Thank you for having us tonight. This is an update. As you will recall, back in December, we came before you to ask to come and do a housing survey in the village, and we have commenced that study. This is pretty much close to the halfway mark, and it's an update of what we've done so far, where we are, and it also gives you some feedback about the listening sessions we held on March 6th. So without further ado, Kevin Dworka from Kevin Dworka LLC.
All right, thank you everyone for having me tonight. The bad news is I have a lot of information to give you. The good news is none of it has to do with a roundabout. So, and first and foremost, I just would really like to thank the trustees for your excitement about this project. And you know, it really came clear to me how excited you are about this project when I called you the Friday before our kickoff outreach, and you were all very welcoming and eager to get the word out for the public engagement process, and got on the phones and used your personal networks, your professional networks, and got people out to attend. And that was very, very helpful, and appreciate the dialogue we've been having about this project. I'm coming here tonight to give you a taste of our first deliverable, which is the existing conditions analysis. And let me sort of describe for you a bit about our process before I get in to the details of where we are so far. And how do I do this? I guess it's that way. Okay, so just to sort of step back a little bit in terms of why we decided to conduct a housing needs assessment. I mean, first of all, just literally to just basically understand what the housing needs were of your residents and also of the employees who are working in the village. But also in terms of, you know, the fiscal position, the broader picture here, your development patterns, just trying to situate housing needs within the broader development context, economic development context of the village, to look forward, to think about how we're going to plan for our housing needs, and then also to figure out how we're going to take policies and regulations and move them forward into implementation. And our planning process is divided into 3 stages. The first one is to assess current conditions. The second one then is to determine the housing needs based on that assessment. And the third one is to define the implementation framework. And I want to touch upon here about the role of the community in each of these stages in terms of providing us with a continual feedback loop to help us understand what we're doing and why we're doing what we're doing. So, for example, in stage 1, the assessment of the current conditions, that involved, as you'll see tonight, a fairly extensive quantitative and regulatory analysis, but it also included outreach in the format of 2 public listening sessions that were held just a couple weeks ago. One of them was held during the middle of the day, and we did that purposefully to try and attract those residents for whom an evening meeting is not convenient. And then we did a larger public listening session at the high school in the evening. And in sum total, we got about 75 persons attending between those 2 meetings. Then we did a series of roundtables, and the roundtables included representatives from the village. We met with representatives from nonprofit organizations, landlords, real estate brokers, people in the financial industry, and from them we gathered additional input so we could kind of triangulate what we were hearing from the public, also with what we were hearing with folks who are involved in the housing industry from the day-to-day operational and financing aspect. And then moving on into the second stage, you know, in terms of the determining the housing needs, once we've got, you know, an understanding of what the baseline conditions are, we anticipate doing even more outreach in the form of more listening sessions and also the delivery of a survey, a multilingual survey, to get even more confirmation that we've correctly identified the issues that matter here. And, you know, I also want to, at this point, talk a bit, too, about, you know, what worked in the stage 1 listening session process in terms of our capture. I was delighted to see 75 people come out that day. I also know that there were concerns that we didn't have as diverse of a cross-section of attendees in terms of racial diversity, in terms of being able to capture the Hispanic community that comprises 50% of your population. And, you know, I take those critiques seriously, and we will continue to try in terms of our choices of venue and our outreach strategies and our promotion of multilingual information to really ensure that we capture the widest diversity of voices in this process as we go through the second stage of determining housing needs. But also, you know, as we move forward into the third stage, which is the delivery of your implementation framework. And here, and I'll talk a little bit in a second about the contents of that framework, but this is really where we start to define what exactly we're going to do to redress the gamut of housing issues in Ossining, whether they relate to issues of affordability or market rate housing and the availability of that, or the quality of housing or the overall neighborhood quality of life. All those components will get addressed in the implementation framework. And right now, Lynn and I have been working on our strategy for outreach for that stage 3 process in terms of thinking about the right venue, the methodology, the way that we will engage the community in an interactive way to respond to a variety of interventions and solicit their input and feedback on that, so that as we reach the final stage, which is to deliver to the community recommendations for how to go forward, at each step of the way, you know, the community hopefully not only will have been a part of it, but my hope is that the volume of people who are involved and the diversity will just continue to multiply. Word needs to get out sometimes in these processes, and it takes a little bit of time to build excitement. So I'm hoping that stage 3 really brings a lot of folks in, and that we get input through traditional workshops, but also through, you know, other varieties of mediums in which, you know, we capture people for whom coming to meetings is just not something that they're able or desiring to do, and yet would like to provide input along the way. So that's our planning process. And is there a easier way for me to advance? If I just go do I? Yep. Oh, if I just go down like that, I see what you're saying. Okay. All right, so this is kind of a intimidating list, but you have to see it now because, and you also have to know that we don't have to worry quite yet about any of this because we're not there yet, but we're going to be here soon enough, which is the panoply of different considerations that need to be in that implementation framework. And, you know, some of them involve planning and policy changes, whether they relate to what you're doing with your waterfront or your downtown or the comp plan, because housing affects those areas. And even though we're doing a housing study, we want to make sure that everything we say to you either aligns with those plans or offers you guidance on how to improve upon those plans. There's a range of different regulatory legal changes that require consideration, whether that's your zoning code or your current affordable housing law, or you know, there's been a lot of discussion about price controls on rental housing, or perhaps some adjustments to your building code. And then, of course, I think we need to be really considerate of the finances associated with housing development here, and that includes looking at how do we position the village in the best way possible to ensure a flow of capital finance for the type of housing that you need, but also that the tax policy is set appropriately, fairly, and equitably, both in terms of the tax burden faced by residents and also the tax benefits awarded to developers. That's all something that we need to be fairly critical in our thinking about. And then finally, this is kind of like the soft and, you know, maybe touchy stuff, the administrative approaches, but it's really incredibly important, which is, you know, who within the village is the point person who leads implementation of the housing policies and plans, and how do they coordinate with leaders of adjacent jurisdictions? How is enforcement handled in a way that actually leads to the desired outcomes? What are the forms of communication that should be adopted between all the parties associated with housing? What training programs, if any, need to be done on housing and for whom? And so that is where we're going to end up eventually in terms of your implementation framework. And here's our schedule. Here's where we have been, where we are. March 4th was essentially our kickoff. That was our first outreach session. Today, I'm presenting to you our draft existing conditions assessment and just giving you a teaser of what's to come, and I'll also outline of what more needs to be done with it. The board has a couple of weeks, you know, for you to review this material and give your comments on what more you'd like to see included in it. And then in a little less than a month's time, I'm going to offer you a revision of this document. I know it already has a lot of information in it, but believe it or not, it's going to have probably a lot more. And then come May, as I mentioned, that will be when my team will facilitate another round of outreach sessions to discuss potential implementation strategies, and we'll also do roundtables and a day session for the public and an evening session for the public. And shortly thereafter, I'll come back to you as the board and fill you in on some of the findings that we learned from the 19th, and also walk you through the contents in great detail on the proposed implementation framework. You'll have the deliverable in front of you at that point too. And that probably needs to be a long meeting, to be just honest, because we really will have at that point. Today is the easy day, truth be told, but that's the day when we really have to describe to you the tensions and trade-offs associated with each of the strategies in that implementation framework. We, you know, as a firm, we have no interest in selling you on one particular silver bullet solution to everything. We're going to talk with you about all of the different things that would make sense to do, what the risks are involved in those strategies, what the pros are, what the cons are, what the unknowns are. All of that we just want to make very transparent. And then again, you will have, as a board, a couple of weeks to comment on that draft framework. And we've timed the end of June for the completion and submission of the final documents here. And the reason for that timing is because the end of June typically coincides with the period in which the state of New York begins in earnest its consolidated financing application process, which allows localities to apply to a spectrum of different financing programs out of Albany. And what's great about it is there's one portal, and you just submit your applications for anywhere from one program to maybe 10. And some of those programs could really help deliver on some of the implementation strategies that come out of the framework from this study. So we don't want you to miss the boat. And that's why we're moving at an astounding clip here. I don't feel that we're moving too fast to the point of compromising the quality of the work or the rigorousness of the analysis, but I do want us to stay on that schedule so that you don't have to go a whole other year before being able to apply for any monies that might be appropriate given the recommendations that come out of the study. So that is our schedule. And from here, I'd like to now plunge into just, and I won't go into all of the minutiae here, A, because we're at a draft stage, and B, because, you know, some of this information really requires you to kind of digest it over time by looking at the documents. But I do want to spend a little bit of time just describing to you the context here in terms of a choice that was made to focus on the village of Ossining as the basis for this study because an alternative way might have been to take a broader approach, right? I mean, you are embedded within the town of Ossining, which includes also the village of Briarcliff Manor and unincorporated Ossining. And our study does focus in terms of the issuance of regulatory guidance on the area within the village of Ossining, and that choice was made because the village retains its independent land use authority to make decisions about its comprehensive plan, its zoning code, its affordable housing policy. Having said that, we are acutely aware of the importance of coordinating our study closely with the town and incorporating the data points from the town into our own analysis, because of course the village of Ossining isn't in a vacuum, and there is an interdependency between the town and the village when it comes to housing supply and demand patterns. Having said that, in our initial quantitative analysis, it really only affirmed to me that we were making the right choice to focus on the village of Ossining, because not only is there the particularities associated with your local land use authority that compel you to focus on the village itself, but there are also some unique aspects demographically, economically, specific to the village of Ossining and the community here that warrant, I think, the fine-grained attention that we're giving it over the coming months. So, you know, for me, this first step here was a confirmation that we made the right choice to focus on the village of Ossining, but also that we do and will continue to coordinate and align ourselves with the issues in the town of Ossining as well. And one of those reasons, of course, and I really am here perhaps going to like kind of cut to the chase in terms of, you know, one of the most important issues in this process, is thinking through the role of the housing proposals that come through the village as well as the town in terms of the quality, performance, capacity of the school district. And this was something that came out very strongly in the engagement with the community, the value and importance of retaining the quality of Ossining School District and the concerns about the rise in the school population, one which is, I will acknowledge, significant in comparison to other school districts. And so as we go forward, though we are mindful of the regulatory powers inhabited within the village of Ossining, just as we'll be looking at the town of Ossining, we will also be paying close attention to the Ossining School District and coordinating with representatives from the school district as well, and looking at the data and metrics that come out of there. So with that, having just sort of established for you the spatial context, I just want to run rather briefly through just some of the more salient observations that came across to us as we began our econo-statistical analysis. And one of them was just the growth of your population, which of course when a population grows, so does with it the demand for housing. But you know what's interesting is that when you look at the population growth compared to the rest of the town of Ossining, much of that population growth happened within the village of Ossining, right? And so there is a unique growth pattern that is happening here that I think is worth noting and addressing. Now, with regard to your racial composition here, I think it's significant too about just how much diversity you have here. And as I had mentioned earlier to you, 50% of your population is identified in the census district, in the census in the census as being Hispanic or Latino, compared to only 23% of Westchester. And so back to the questions of process, of course, I think this just really heightens the importance as we go forward to prepare materials that are multilingual and really try and ensure that we reach out to that community as best as we possibly can. In terms of your income levels, your median income of $62,000 is lower than Westchester County's of $84,000. And I don't think, you know, I'm telling you something you don't already know in terms of sort of where you fit within that income spectrum. But I bring this up at this point here because so often the questions about housing policy focus specifically on the pricing of housing. And we will be looking at housing costs and housing pricing. but we also have to pay attention to income levels. And that is something, for example, in your comprehensive plan, there isn't so much attention paid to the overall economic development opportunities for the existing population in terms of income mobility. Because as incomes rise, cost burdens fall. And so just as we're looking at the price points for housing, we also, as part of this study, in terms of thinking about access to housing, also have to think through what are the implications, you know, of the population that doesn't make a significant amount of money and how that affects their overall access to housing. And I'll show you some data that expresses a little bit more clearly what I mean by that. Yep. Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So, is the question that we have people who live in the village of Ossining, people who live in the village of Briarcliff Manor. When it says town of Ossining, is that specifically the unincorporated town?
No, that is the town of Ossining,
That's including the villages,
including, and one of the reasons, and I am grateful for your question, because one of the things we struggled with was realizing just how many residents were comprised of the town of Ossining, and yet how differential the figures were, because they were thrown off by the inclusion of the Briarcliff Manor statistics, which show a significantly higher median income, which in turn skews your town of Ossining figures upwards, and thereby burying the fact that the village of Ossining's median income is actually much lower. So at times you'll notice in your report, we spell out the moments when we're referring to the rest of the town of Ossining, excluding the village, so you could compare the places in the town of Ossining with that are not the village of Ossining with the village of Ossining itself, and then there's moments where we're just comparing it to the town of Ossining. Okay. In terms of income by family situation, here's where we start to kind of drill down a little bit deeper. And, you know, for all families of all kinds, it's at 61,000 is the median income. But it's worth noting that for single parent households, for single parent families, that median income dips down to 44,000 regardless of gender. And you do actually have a sizable population of single parent households. I believe it's 22% of the total households in the village of Ossining are single parent. Then, of course, we look too at the differentials with regarding median income. And you can see that, you know, for the white population in the village of Ossining, that median income now rises up to 72,000. But for Hispanic residents, it falls down to 51,500. Moving now into a description of the housing inventory here. There's a bunch of numbers, and it's easy to get lost in them. But the numbers I want you to focus here on is the ones that look at one unit detached. That's the third row. That's your classic single family home, right? And you see that of the total housing units in the village of Ossining, you only have 30% single family homes, whereas in Westchester you've got 45%. And that does speak to the ability of Ossining to respond to a greater variety and diversity of households, because it does have a significant number of smaller apartment buildings, 2-unit apartment buildings, 3 or 4 units, that's higher than the county as a whole. It's true that Westchester has got the bigger apartment buildings, you know, more than 20 units, but it's also true that overall, you know, you do have quite a variety in terms of the types of housing units here, and I would argue that's actually a good thing from the perspective of housing access, although as we come a little bit later in this presentation, I'm going to nuance this a little bit more. Now, in terms of home values, I would also say, you know, I realize that, you know, the pricing of homes between 300 and 500,000, that's a significant amount of money for many households. But let us say that that price range of 300 to 500,000 is significantly more available in the village of Ossining than it is in Westchester, right? Because your overall housing values here are more affordable than they are compared to Westchester. I know for all the localities in the Hudson Valley that I work in, whenever we talk about housing, they really want to know what's happened with property values since the recession. Have we recovered? Are we out of the woods yet? And in full disclosure, these numbers are available at the level of the Ossining School District. So they are picking up areas outside of the village, but this is one of the easiest ways of being able to gain good brokerage house data on the shifts and churns in housing values. And what it shows in the Ossining School District, you know, is that in 2008, your median sale value was $468,000, and you haven't recovered yet to that. You're at $395,000. You are on an upward trajectory, and you've been on one more or less since 2012. But I think the other trajectory that you're on, and I don't have a good answer entirely for this to why yet, but it's an observation, is that homes are moving in Ossining, that more people are buying here. And there was a period, you know, when sort of the market had really fallen in terms of values and also, you know, had shrunk in terms of the total number of sales, but that's starting to shift. Now, in terms of rental inventory, here's just another brain teaser that we've been struggling with back at my office for, and I wish I had a better answer for you, but it looks as though in 2000, according to the data from the census, you had 2,000 studios and 1 bedrooms, but that in 2015, that number had actually fallen to 1,657. And so, you know, we are trying to understand how your 1 bedrooms or studios disappeared. Was it a census error, or was it a possible conversion of studio and 1 bedroom apartments into 2 bedrooms? So we'll be taking a closer look at that, but it was a curiosity that came up, and by the time we finalize this document, I hope I have a better answer for you.
I just want to ask, I'm not sure when you could you go back one?
Yep.
Going from the decrease in the studios and 1 bedrooms?
Yeah.
Is that a reflection of, after the reval was done, or is this building department numbers? I mean, obviously you didn't have an answer, but, so.
Correct.
Okay, I'm sorry, you don't have an answer, so
I don't have an answer.
I'm trying to understand it myself. Go
Yeah,
ahead.
I hope to have one for you soon. Now, in terms of housing tenure here, you know, there's a couple of ways to look at this. Compared to Westchester County, you don't have the home ownership rates as high as they do, right? Like their percentage of homeowners for Westchester is 61.5%, and yours is 46.3%. And you might look at it and say, well, in the interest of creating long-term affordability, precluding displacement, we want to increase our home ownership rate even higher, and that also helps to stabilize neighborhoods. But another way of looking at it too is to say, wow, we're actually doing pretty good in terms of providing a healthy supply of rental housing, which is more affordable, typically speaking, than owner-occupied housing. Of course, it depends, but because of the different costs required in terms of down payments and financing and monthly mortgage payments. So that's something that's noteworthy. And then also, again, to kind of look at the racial distribution here, we note that in terms of home ownership for your white households, there is a 65% home ownership rate compared to 25% for the Hispanic population. Overcrowding, a very significant issue and difficult to gauge exactly when we are truly in trouble. But let's go to the extreme for a moment. If you look at the bottom row of this table, which shows you for renter-occupied housing, that there are in the village of Ossining 108 units which have more than an average of 2 people per room, which is considered very crowded, and that only is 2.6% of your total housing units where you're at that extreme overcrowding. Caveat, we don't know whether or not this is truly a faithful representation of the actual overcrowding that's occurring. But even if it is worse and we don't know it, I also want to point out that when we look at Westchester County, the total number of extreme overcrowdings for 2.01 is 1,022. Sorry to bombard you with math, but that 108 is included within that 1,022. That means that you have a very high representation of the overall number of units that are overcrowded in Westchester County. You actually account for about 10% of them, right? So it's telling us that there's something more extreme, if you will, that is going on in terms of overcrowding in Ossining. And this is, again, with the caveat that it's overcrowding is something that sometimes we're not fully aware of and is hard to track. Now, just a few more stats here in terms of your rents. They've been going up. This compares the median rents from 2000 to 2011, showing the village rents going up 67%. And I would argue, especially from like 2009 or so onward, is when they really started to pick up speed. And then here is where we start to look at the monthly costs for homeowners and how much folks who own their home are paying, and how many of them are paying more than $3,000 or more a month just in terms of meeting their mortgage. And that's a little bit more than half of the homeowners are paying more than $3,000 a month. Here I just offer you, a distribution so you can see how much for the renters they are paying and how many residents within the village of Ossining are paying that amount. And perhaps your sort of 50% spot, where 50% of your population is paying between $1,250 and $2,000 a month. So that sort of gives you an idea of what, or at least more than half of the people in the village of Ossining are paying monthly for their rent. But those numbers aren't as illuminating, I think, as our cost burden rates. And cost burden is the metric that shows you what percentage of the population is paying more than 30% of their income toward housing costs, right? And you can see here some data which is probably intuitive, which is that the village of Ossining renters, almost 60% of them are cost burdened, right? And it's higher than homeowners, which tend to have more financial resources. So that's significant. And I also want to emphasize something here that, when we are talking about 57.5% of renters are cost burdened, this includes renters from a spectrum of different income levels, from those renters who are very, very low income to middle income and even upper middle income households who, given the prices of housing that is coming into the pipeline, are still spending more than 30% of their income on housing costs. Whoops. Finally here, we've got some data just sort of showing the renters' affordability in terms of, so what you have are the number of units and the percent of income that is spent on the rent in for those areas here. And so we're seeing that, again, more than 50% are spending more than 35% of their incomes on rent, but only a very small number, under 20% of the population, are spending below that. So that also raises for us concerns about the overall affordability of the rental market. Here we just offer some disaggregation of the data, and this shows you that as income levels rise, the cost burden rates come down. So, for example, like if you go down to the bottom for households that are making $75,000 or more in the village of Ossining, you'll see that only 27% of those households, right, are spending 30% or more of their income on housing. But if we move up on the table to those households that are making less than $20,000 a year, we see, of course, that 100% of those households are spending more than 30%. And so it's just one of those moments where you just have to stop and reflect and realize that, you know, if you are affluent, chances are, even though you're paying more for rent, you're less likely to hit a level of cost burden. And the lower income you are, the more likely you are to be cost burdened. And this gives us an indication just in terms of the difference of experiences in affordability challenges by income class. Some statistics on the tax rates. You know, I know many residents have been concerned about the taxes on the homes that they own and the rise in those taxes, and we look at that information very carefully because while the affordability issues for renters are important and looking at the value of homes is important, the overall cost of housing has to consider the tax burden, which has profound implications on a household's ability to age in place as those taxes rise, even if the mortgage is paid off, but the tax burden continues to rise in a time in which their own incomes, because of their stage in their life, is not what it used to be. We also have an affordability issue. Then with regard to commuting, we look at this because it helps us know a little bit about your visitors, the folks who don't live here but who are coming in. And I confess I was kind of surprised, though I myself live in Brooklyn. I didn't know that 15% of, you know, the workers in Ossining actually come from New York City. I thought that it would be much, much higher in terms of commuters coming in from other parts of Westchester. But you have a lot of people coming in each morning from New York City to work in Ossining, and that was interesting. And they tend, the workers that are coming in and not living in Ossining, they tend to make less money. 48% of them earn less than $40,000 a year, so they're a more lower income population that are coming in. And that, of course, opens the door for all types of conversations about to what extent should the village attempt to try and provide housing for those individuals who work here but who are coming from outside. And then in terms of the school district, you know, we see that there has been a steady increase in the Ossining School District enrollment, rising 30% over the last 70 years between 1999 and 2016. And we'll be going deeper with the school district in terms of collecting more data from them and analyzing the respective burdens that population increase has had on their overall performance and ability to provide educational services. I'm not going to go into all the details on this section here. I just want you to know that we've gone through a very deep reading of your plans and policies and regulations, and all of that. We're planting a seed because when we come to that stage on the implementation framework, we have to revisit all of these documents and contemplate ways that maybe they may need to be amended or reformed or improved upon. And then I just want to give you some highlights from what we learned from the community, because of course the statistics tell you one story, but then when you talk with residents, they tend to emphasize different things that the statistics do. And I think one thing that many residents emphasized for us was the overcrowding issue and their concerns about the conversion of two-family or one-family homes into multifamily buildings with a large number of renters, and the implications that densification within a building has upon the overall quality of life in the neighborhood, whether it be measured by the number of cars requiring parking spaces or the impacts on the school district, or, as was repeatedly told to us, the effects that amount of rent roll on a building has on the sale potential of a building. That is to say, that if the owner of a building is collecting, let's say, $5,000 or $6,000 in rent in a two-family home because there's 6 to 10 individuals who are paying rent, you know, for a room within that, or sharing rooms within that house, then the potential of selling that home is of buying that home is very difficult, because it inflates the overall value of the home significantly, just given the high rent roll associated with it. So that point came up. The quality of housing issues, much of that surrounded the issues of code enforcement and a desire to see a more consistent enforcement of building codes. And then just in terms of housing cost issues, we heard a lot of concerns about there needs to be housing that is affordable to young people, to seniors, and also to very low income groups. But I don't want to misrepresent and say that we only heard a request for more affordable housing in Ossining. We also heard concerns about the construction of more housing, all kinds of housing, affordable and market rate, in terms of its perceived impacts on quality of life, namely schools and transportation concerns. And also, you know, we didn't spell this out so much on this slide, but perhaps equity concerns about the implications of the reduced tax revenues that come from housing that may not command the same amount of revenue as other types of housing units, and the implications that has, and the perceptions of fairness that that creates for households who may be continuing to pay high tax burdens. And I want to emphasize that those observations came also for luxury housing as they did for affordable housing, a concern that if the tax rates that are applied to those types of buildings do not result in them paying a perceived fair share, it means a disproportionate subsidy of those buildings in order to meet the tax revenue requirements of the village. That was a comment that came up in several ways. And then this is my last slide here, which is just, I want to let you know what my homework will be over the next 4 weeks. We're going to be going deeper into our understanding of the pricing of housing. We haven't yet really done one-on-one interviews with the real estate brokers, but we plan to do so to get a sense, you know, in terms of on the ground, how things are working in terms of the market. We'll be going in deeper in terms of the housing inventory and looking more critically at vacancy levels. Although we looked, you know, at your current regulatory framework, I'm aware that we also need to do a little bit more policy history and see some of the ideas that have been contemplated before in years past in the village and understand what the dialogue was surrounding some of those proposed reforms. As I mentioned earlier, we know we need to do some more community input. And then finally, you know, when we revise this document, that's when the interpretation part will come in. I know I just bombarded you with so many numbers without a clear sense of what they actually are going to mean in terms of the implementation framework. That's the analytical leap. It's taking all of this information and coming up with a conclusion that says, here's actually what the Village of Ossining needs, so that when we get to the implementation stage, we come up with policies and regulations, administrative mechanisms that attempt to serve those needs. And so with that, I'll conclude and welcome any questions.
No, I'm sorry, Barbara, it's not a public discussion at this point. But I am interested to hear what you have to say, so maybe we can talk after the meeting or by email. Oh, sorry, John, that's yours. Okay.
So first question I have is, I saw in your second phase when you, at least in your comments, you had talked about the second stage being the housing needs, or the housing needs, the actual needs, and you had mentioned a listening session, but that wasn't dictated in the schedule. So how are you going to go about understanding the actual needs of housing going forward and for the second stage?
Well, the housing needs will be the conclusion to the existing conditions analysis.
Okay.
So when you get that document, you'll have a synthesized conclusion. You don't have it in the draft, because this is right at the beginning.
Okay.
But as your it's that the conclusion to the existing conditions will be your segue to the implementation
So what was the
framework.
name of the second stage?
The second stage is the housing needs.
Okay.
Yeah, it is, but it is part of the. It's the bridge between the two.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I understand why.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, are we gonna go through?
Please go ahead, John.
I don't know, stunning. I'm kind of overwhelmed by some of the numbers that you revealed to us tonight. Obviously, I need to spend some time with that, but there are some remarkable numbers there that, in many ways, from an anecdotal perspective, reinforce some of the things that I've sort of understood already. It's nice to see these things more empirical, and thank you for that. I look forward to your deeper, to the deeper dive. Are we gonna? Is this gonna get posted somewhere? Can we put this? Is this
What's the
is this
recommendation?
so we can have other people look at it? I mean, obviously, it was just. Yeah, I mean.
Okay, so what Jamie was just saying is, this PowerPoint, I mean, it's public information now because it's been presented in a public meeting. It could be linked perhaps for people to be able to look at. Is that possible? Is there any reason it can't be shared?
Well, let me say this, and I'm aware that the draft document and the PowerPoint are now public documents because they've been entered into the packet. And we are, because of the speed at which we're working, we're working in an open kitchen, if you will, right? We're sharing documents even before there's soup yet. And so one concern I have is I don't want the public to get confused between the draft and the final documents. And so, but on the other hand, they are public documents, so long as it's really clear that they're draft. But if there's a way to just delay for 4 weeks so that we can actually polish them.
Let me offer this suggestion. One of the things that we did on our YouTube channel last month was after, on a somewhat related topic, Stuart gave us a tutorial about code enforcement. That was sort of just pulled out, and it was almost exactly 1 hour as a segment of a meeting that was its own show on the YouTube channel. Perhaps this would be another opportunity where we might want to just pull this part out of the meeting and post this segment of the meeting as something on the YouTube channel, update on housing, whatever we're calling ourselves here. Yeah, thank you. For now, and then when the written documents are in a more formal stage, that they can be shared as written documents, so there's no, ambiguity of what's being presented, then we'll do that as well.
Okay. It's just a quick question. I mean, we can always put a big red label on presentation that says it's a draft only
you could.
for now.
You
I mean,
could.
that could be another possibility that we can do. Something simple enough.
Yeah, we don't want to
He
represent.
created the data. He created the data. He asked for it to not be put out as written data. I can respect that, but people don't have to watch
Once the
the whole movie to
document
get it.
gets online, it has a life of its own, right? And we haven't yet had the chance to completely solidify the conclusions, double check, triple check everything. So, this is the downside of us working at this speed, but I wanted you guys to have it at this point, but.
Yeah, I actually would prefer that it'd be a part of this meeting and people can look at it, but not used because it's exactly what's going to happen. People will pull pieces out and it will get its own legs, and we can't retract legs. They just sort of go out there, and and he's not finished. But had he not been here today, if you weren't here today, we wouldn't get the update that had
And that's
planned
why
to
I
get.
came, 'cause I
So
want you to
have to
know.
do an update that
Right.
does. I'm not sure that we can't wait a little bit. I mean, it's in the meeting. People can look at the video and get the information. What's harder to do from this video is to cut and paste and move things around, which would be my preference. You want to see the information, look at it 100 times, it's great. I'm concerned about pulling this kind of stuff out. There's a lot of information. So that would be my vote, to say do not pull it out as a separate, leave it as a part of a video.
No,
that
what
it
I was
can't
saying is
take.
this whole part of the meeting, from the moment that Kevin started
Oh,
speaking
just
to
a
the
clip?
moment that he
Just as a
stopped
clip.
speaking.
As a clip,
like,
not a PowerPoint.
Watch the housing
I'm
needs
sorry,
assessment
I
update.
misunderstood. So it's just another, it's a
It's
clip
just a piece of the meeting.
Yeah. So I don't need an answer. It's just looking at the report. I need footnotes and explanation, because I think that people will ask this, how co-ops and condos were calculated in this discussion, because condos are, where do they fit in? I started drawing conclusions from the data, which is always a big mistake. Thinking that I know more than you do is going to be a big mistake for me. But I think that you do have to at least put footnotes about how that's calculated. Totally appreciate that we now have information in relation to where we stand in Westchester. I mean, I'm not surprised about Briarcliff versus the Village. I mean, it's one of the most affluent zip codes in the United States. But I was interested to see the comparison to Westchester. Therefore, my other question is, when you say Westchester, I understand that the Village is included as well in those numbers, but it's all of Westchester. So I'm saying the cities, the whole game. It's
the whole
you didn't
game.
pull any,
Yep.
it's everything
It's
in the city.
everything. It's everything.
Okay.
That's correct. Including the Village of Austining itself. When we present Westchester data, it includes the Village of Austining as it does include all other communities.
Right, and I'm going to go back to what I said earlier, which is if possible in footnotes to explain, you know, where the village and the town. There are a lot of people that live in both, so you know if you.
Lives in the village.
Yes, excuse me, but I mean as part of the number
the
of the total.
unincorporated town?
Yeah.
I think
So
in
just that where you can and where you can't, it's okay.
I think in our methodology section, we can be more elaborate in clarifying too about that challenge about when we're talking about Village of Austining versus Town of Austining versus Town of Austining except the Village of Austining, right?
And I just have one more question about the I went to one in the evening, and there were a lot of people there as
Oh.
far as the listening sections. Is there any plan, and I don't think you discussed it, and maybe it's a little late in the game, where many of the same questions can be done like through a Survey Monkey, through like an online for the people that can't be at these things, or is that not really the same environment that would generate the same thought process if you do it that way? And maybe we didn't pay for that as a part of the study.
Well, we are, as part of our existing conditions process, we are going to be doing a survey.
Oh,
And you know, we've drafted some initial questions, and we'll be working with Lynn on refining it. It will be multilingual. I think one of the questions that I am struggling with a bit is we typically like to have surveys with the names of the respondent on the survey because it just helps to create accuracy to ensure that there's not double counting. And as strange as it sounds, people do sometimes submit 25 surveys in communities. It really does happen. Yet on the other hand, I also want to make sure that we get the widest population participating in the survey, and sometimes you get a higher yield when you're anonymous. So we'll be trying to sort through that out over the next couple weeks.
Yeah, no, it was definitely, I'm definitely going to be watching the part of this clip again, because there was a lot of information. So I want to thank you. I think on my end, I don't have really specific questions because I definitely want to go back and take a look at the numbers.
Yeah.
There's some of the numbers that I'm obviously not surprised at all to see, and you know what we have been seeing. Definitely, I'm interested in to see the overall picture from stage 3 when we get to that point, because I think that's going to be a valuable tool for the board to move forward and key parts of what the comprehensive plan is to be, what Austining itself in regards to zoning, in regards to the development part of the waterfront itself, and what is left of it in that part. So I think it's I'll be interested to see that. Again, I don't have any additional questions, but I thank you for the hard work that you have done. So thanks.
Yeah, that it's a lot of really interesting numbers. You know, I used to be a middle school math teacher, and I would tell my adolescents that if you understand statistics, you can use numbers to tell any story you want.
Yeah.
But one of the numbers that was sort of a standalone number that you drew a conclusion that was quite disturbingly stunning was the number of units that appear to be overcrowded. And you came to the conclusion that my brilliant mathematical mind had come to as well, which is that our little village represents about 10% of the overcrowded units in Westchester. Was that the conclusion that you drew? Because we had 108 and there were like 1,022 in the county.
It was the conclusion that I drew, and yet I also wonder if it's actually worse. And the reason I wonder if it's even worse is because I think it is difficult to truly know how many people are inside of a home. especially in the unregulated sides of a housing market. So if the data that we're getting from the census, right, when the census has tremendous flaws in it, but if the data that we're getting from the census is telling that you have a disproportionate representation of overcrowded units compared to Westchester County, right? Like you're absorbing a huge amount of the total number of overcrowded units, then what might it be if we actually were able to physically count the number of individuals living in each household? So this is, and that, I'm being speculative because I actually don't know. But I pick up a lot of anecdotal information when I talk with folks in the village, and I'm hearing a lot about the overcrowding. So I think it's something we need to do a lot more on the street research on, and be talking more to landlords and building owners and residents, and getting a better picture of the degree to which overcrowding is an issue here. It seems to me that statistically it is one, but is it even more than what the statistics say, and how and where is it concentrated?
It doesn't have to be more. It's stunning enough. But Paul, you wanted to comment?
Thank you, Mayor. Kevin, I thought even in draft form that report was fantastic.
Oh, good.
And maybe as great as the report was, it wasn't that enlightening with regard to the overcrowding portion for in the day-to-day that we work in our recent code enforcement efforts. So I think it's nice to have that validated. It's just it's a tough number to see because it's going to be a tough battle as we go forth. So thank you for bringing that to light. But my question is, the parallel rents that you presented in conjunction with these units, I'm curious to see how the more you explore the potential overcrowding, you're probably, I'm going to assume you're going to unearth the potential for subletting and illegal subletting that really does not qualify as a true rent, because it might be daily, weekly, monthly, and those are not going to be really, those are going to be hard to unearth and make part of the report, because you might have someone paying the $2,000 a month, but they might be collecting $300 a week from 10 different people. So I'm really, and that's really part of the housing issue, because those people live here, they're part of the housing issue, but yet they're not in the rent calculation per se. So what's the intent to bring that into the fray? Because some people deem that as, well, it's affordable because I only pay $300 a month. But that's not true affordability if you're living there illegally.
Well, I think you're absolutely right. I would even say I'm not 100% sure that our census population figures are accurate, right? Because not everyone gets included in the census. So we do have to take the statistics with a grain of salt, and we do have to do more on the ground research and talk with more people to really understand what's happening. From the regulatory side, though, I think that it is in the broader interest of the village and the surrounding area and the housing market as a whole if we can enforce the regulations, because part of the challenge in this study is to ensure continuing affordability, but it's also to ensure continuing quality of housing too, and we are attempting to balance those with each other. So it's not an easy decision to make, because it might be that in order to ensure compliance of your codes and your regulations, that you cannot have illegal subdivisions of 1 and 2 unit family homes turning into multifamily apartment buildings, and that we have to scrutinize even more carefully than we are about what's happening in those buildings. And if we do so in the name of quality and compliance, then it places even more pressure on us to be creative about the ways that we ensure a continued supply of affordable housing that's legally provided and, in ample supply. So it's a complex problem. It's going to require a multiplicity of solutions.
The reason why the 10% shocked me was not because I didn't realize we had overcrowded housing. Obviously, all of us do. We've spent a lot of time in this room, but our staff has spent much more time outside of this room figuring out how to address it from a multi-department approach. But when we've been told for years that many previous administrations, elected and appointed, denied that there was really overcrowded housing in our community. It was just a perception of a problem. And then when they would acknowledge that there might be some overcrowding, but you know, that happens in other communities too. Well, there's 44 municipalities in Westchester County. And there's what population? What's the population of the county? 1 million people?
1.1 billion, I think, right?
And we represent how much of the population?
Yeah.
Not very much.
It's a disproportionate representation of overcrowding given the size of a community that you are.
Wildly.
Yeah.
There are so many more things for us to understand about this data, and there's so much data. That just was one that really stood out to me,
Yeah.
that if nothing else, reassures us that all of the time that we have been dedicating to proactively addressing safe housing and overcrowded housing in our community is appropriately spent. What we do with the rest of it, we've got a lot of things to figure out, so thank you very much for all that you have begun for us, and I need to go home and watch this again tomorrow and make sense of it, so thank you.
So, thank you, Kevin, for coming. As everyone knows here, I do work for Interfaith Council for Action, so some of this data is not surprising, particularly when I look at those who make under $20,000 a year. I get shocked every time that I do someone's taxes, and I see that, you know, a family of 4 can make it on $33,000 a year, given the rental market here in Ossining. And just for clarification, when we're talking about overcrowding housing, it said like 2 persons per bedroom. That's what we, like, what is?
Well,
what is
I
the-
wanted to take you to the extreme,
Okay.
right? So I took you to the percentage of households where there is more than 2.0 individuals living per room, right, per bedroom. But if you go back to that table, you'll see that we broke it down. So you could also see the percentage of households that are living in homes where there's one person per bed, or 1.25, or 1.5, 1.75.
The 2.5 mean? Because I'm just thinking of clients. I'm thinking of the single mother with 2 kids who rents a room.
Yep.
So where does she fall on that 2.1, 2.0, or 1.5? It's 2 of the kids.
So she's beyond 2.0.
Okay.
Right? Because that means she's got 2.5 in a bedroom.
Okay. So while she may make $33,000 a year, goes to work every day, the only thing that she can find within her price range is that 1 room. So she would be, quote unquote, overcrowded.
Correct. Absolutely.
She's probably also part of that population that is overburdened by their housing cost.
Or likely so, you know, $500. I can't do the number in my head real quick, but that might be within her affordability. It just doesn't give her the 2-bedroom, or the 2-bedroom that she needs at $500.
Right.
Yeah.
It's a wide spectrum, you're saying, that is in that group.
Yeah.
All right, any further questions before we say thank you and good night?
No? Okay. I'll see you all again soon, and we'll keep you updated on an interim level too. Thank you very much for having me.
Thank you.
Thank you, Kevin.
Oh, you're gonna miss the Chiefs talk.
Mayor, may I continue on the agenda?
Sure.
Next on the agenda this evening, thank you, Kevin,
Can we,
is, sorry?
can we skip down to,
Skip down to,
Fine,
oh, sure.
please, please.
let Kevin go home? Which is
I'm sorry,
Tompkins
Tompkins
County.
County, thank you,
Yeah.
yes, thank you. 'Cause I keep looking for Kevin and he
Doesn't say
wasn't there.
Kevin's thing?
Yeah. Next on the agenda, we're gonna skip down, as reflected on the agenda, is your 955 topic, Tompkins County and Town of Bedford resolutions regarding public safety. And with us this evening, we have Chief of Police Sylvester and Stuart Kahan, Corporation Counsel, to discuss that topic.
Trying not to break this.
No.
we
Landlord,
skipped
oh,
ahead.
we did. We're going
Skipped
right
ahead
there.
to allow Kevin to go
He's
home
here
at
and he
some
can
point.
go, and he can leave.
24 hours a day.
Just briefly, this was put on here. Trustee Codman had brought to my attention a recently approved resolution from Tompkins County in upstate New York. The mayor also circulated a resolution in Bedford, which I think now actually has been approved. So, with regard to, you know, maintaining safety within communities and dealing with issues of xenophobia and Islamophobia, things like that. Yeah, that's not. So, the chief and I have discussed this, and thanks a lot. Have a just a brief discussion with regard to these particular resolutions and how they may be applicable within the village. So, Chief, you have anything you want? Go right
Sure.
ahead.
We've discussed a bit of this in the past. Trustee Codman had brought the Tompkins County resolution to me first, and we had spoke about it sort of offline. You know, a lot of what these resolutions contain are things that are already happening in Ossining. My only concern with the two resolutions that we've looked at so far are an issue of specificity. Particularly in Tompkins County, it goes into great detail about procedure, which generally would be contained within the police department manual. You know, in this case, it's describing a whole litany of things that the police department should be doing, where it's my understanding that what the board's trying to accomplish here is a policy for how we should be operating in general. Normally what would happen then is the police department would hand out a general order, which would be published to the staff, and then becomes one of the rules and regs that they're beholden to. Some of the concerns I have are making sure that we're operating in the safest manner for everybody that's here. You know, we all read this Facebook post, and there's actually residents who have gone on this week and said, I don't want the police department to be left out of operations if in fact the federal government were to come here, because those are the guys that I know, those are the women that I know that are going to do it safely, they're going to be protecting us. You know, I have the utmost confidence in every single cop that walks out the door every single day, and I don't know those that come from out of town, but I know that if they come here, I want our residents to be protected by our police department to make sure that things are done right. So, you know, we do have some concern with any resolution that would say that we're to take any step away from the feds if they were to come here for anything. So far, what we do see of the federal government in a regular year is they come 3, maybe 4 times. They're usually looking for an individual with a warrant. At times, they show up without telling us. We ask them to come and let us know. It's a safety issue. If folks are operating in a law enforcement capacity in our community and don't tell us, there's potential for all kinds of bad things to happen when folks start saying that men with guns are at my house right now. The Bedford resolution is a little bit more broad. One concern I had from that one is that it does make mention that no one should ever make inquiry as to anyone's immigration status. I do understand with a lot of the anxiety going on right now that that's something that a lot of people are concerned about. Something that you'll often hear me say is that I don't think that law enforcement operates well in an environment where we use words like always and never. There is a time when it becomes appropriate to ask about somebody's immigration status, albeit infrequent, but there does come a time for things like bail, where we may want to know if a person has, specifically the criminal procedure law mandates that the things that should be considered when setting bail, one of them is an individual's ties to the community and their length of stay here. An individual who may not have a long-standing relationship with our community or may not have family ties. You know, I myself read these resolutions and we tend to think in terms of, you know, the families that have been here for a lot of years and may not have permanent status here yet. And sure, we don't want to break up families, but there are a whole lot of other people that we deal with that aren't those folks. And to you know, overlook all of that and tie law enforcement's hands for the sake of doing something that we can already, a protection we can already provide to other people through great police work and good discretion. You know, I think that passing a rule that in totality throws that out would be unfortunate for us. So I would urge the board, you know, I think we stand on the same ground here in terms of what we seek to accomplish. I'm only concerned about some of the specifics of how the resolution's written, things it would do for us.
Chief, grab the mic.
Okay, so yeah, I guess it's helpful for me to understand what procedure has the police department used with ICE in the past? Like, so when we're looking at these resolutions and it's saying the police department shouldn't do this, and this, it's helpful to understand what the police department has historically done.
Sure.
And then, so, yeah.
So from a starting point, the 30,000-foot view for this entire program is that municipalities are passing things that say that the police department won't go out and organically enforce federal immigration regulations.
So question.
Yeah.
Do I have to worry about the Village of Ossining Police deputizing themselves?
No.
As, okay.
No, so in order for that to happen, there would have to be an agreement between the governor of New York State and the Secretary of State for the United States. That's an extremely unlikely scenario at this point, I think. And if that happened, we would have to have another conversation, and I think we would have other guidance from the Attorney General of New York State and things like that. That may come from something higher level, but as of right now, we don't have the authority to do that anyway. So that's already outside the purview of what we do. So for that reason, a lot of these resolutions that are going out are really done just to reinforce things we're already saying. We tell people every day, just so we're clear, we're not the immigration police, we're the Ossining police. There is a federal agency tasked with doing that, and that's their job. The one thing that's been discussed a lot is what happens when the federal agents come here. So generally, there was a time when they would come here, I'll tell you, as a midnight supervisor, there was more than one occasion where I would drive down the street and I'd see like the government van roll by, and we get on the radio right away and call the desk, do you know these people are here, and why hasn't anybody notified me? No, we don't know. We'll follow them ourselves. What are you guys doing here? What are you looking for? We want to know if they're operating here because, again, men with guns get out of a van. That's a tense situation for a lot of residents, and if they start calling us to report that, we're now putting cops and residents in danger going to something like that. So we've urged them at every pass to stop in and check in with us if they're going somewhere. We will escort them where they're going. That's for purposes of safety that, number one, they know where they're going. Number two, that the residents see a face and a uniform that they know they can trust. Federal agents don't always wear a full and proper, what we consider a full and proper uniform. They may have something that's more casual or a tactical style uniform where our officers on patrol are dressed not quite as formally as me, but something very similar to this, a traditional police uniform. If we have people out with firearms in the community that are taking action, we want there to be uniforms around so that people can identify that. That's a big safety issue for us.
Sure, there's more questions.
If I could just add one more thing to that, I've been on calls and we've had experiences where, other agencies have come here and I've seen our cops stop and say, wait, that's not how we do business here. We for sure have our shortcomings like anybody else, but, my thing is that if the federal government comes here, I'm fully confident that if there's someone mistreated or someone acting improperly or a way that we wouldn't accept here, you're going to see an Ossining police officer stop them, and they're going to say that's not how things get handled here. For that reason, I think it's really important that we don't pass some kind of resolution that says that we're going to ignore them when they come here, or to not cooperate would be to allow them to operate independently here without any guidance from us.
I guess the follow-up question is, within resolutions, there's the whole conversation about when someone is detained and when ICE comes and says, hey, can you keep a person more for 48 hours? So again, and please humor me, or just...
It doesn't actually pertain to us.
So just take me through the process. If you pick someone up and you fingerprint them, and of course I imagine that the FBI shares a certain database and they're notified that the person here is with the Village of Ossining Police, and they're there, and they come with a administrative warrant. Have you had that experience before where
No.
ICE has asked you to hold someone
No,
for more than 48 hours?
The requests that are coming in for those are directed to the county jail because that's where somebody's normally held.
Okay.
The only thing we hold anybody for here is a judicial warrant. So that's why, again, that's another topic being held there. Westchester County Jail is on a list of agencies that's already denied the federal government a request to hold someone for more than a period of time. That's not a new policy. That's been going on for a long time. Right now, the only time that we actually hold anybody on immigration stuff is when there's a local charge, and they may be placed in the jail with what we refer to as an ICE hold. But ICE will have a warrant on top of our charges, and it's basically a notice when we transport somebody to or from court that if this person's released on those charges, we have to notify ICE that your warrant is still pending, so now you can come get the guy.
So what is the ICE warrant?
What is it? It would be a judicial warrant signed.
A judicial warrant, okay.
Sure, yeah, that's what we're talking
Okay,
about.
okay.
Administrative stuff we don't enforce.
Okay.
And quite frankly, we often call them for judicial warrants, and they won't come. So much so that, and this is not a secret, or we're not hiding anything. We had a gentleman here that was on some sort of house arrest with a detainer bracelet, who actually removed it from himself. ICE came and got the bracelet and told the guy, come back to the office on Monday. So, you know, I know there's a lot of concern about them coming here. Unless something major changes with regard to staffing in the area, I don't see them having a great ability to round up any significant number of people more than what they've done in the past.
Thank you.
At least in this area.
So the reason that I brought the proposal to Kevin, and why I brought it to the work session, is because I want everybody that lives in the village of Ossining to know that they're safe. And it's not the business of our police force to understand your legal residence here. Our police force is here to make everybody safe. We want anybody that resides here to feel like they can come to a police officer and know that they're going to be, they can talk to them. They can tell them if there's something troubling them, if they feel threatened, if something's going wrong, if they've seen a crime, if they've seen somebody. Everybody should be safe. And for me, that's what this is all about. You know, you can talk about all this sanctuary business, that's fine. For me, it's much more simple. It's about our police department doing all the great things that they do. And for me, the Tompkins County resolution, and we can take out all the granular details and stuff and everything else, but I want to reaffirm the fact that local police enforcement and the safety of everybody that lives here is the thing that really matters and the things that are really important. And to reinforce the fact that we've been doing this for decades. You know, this is not something new here. But, you know, with all the rising level of, frankly, you know, real concern about things that are happening at the executive level of our federal government that, you know, are frankly, you know, just crazy. I mean, you know, and residents here need to know that we want to, at least for me, and I hope that my fellow board members feel the same way, that we want to reaffirm our police policy here, that we're here to make you safe. You know, if the federal government can't figure out their immigration policy, you know, that's not our problem. You know, we're here to take care of everybody that lives here. And that's what really matters to me. And so, you know, I think that we can craft something here that reaffirms, you know, the safety of all the people that live here. And that's really the thing that's important to me. And if you and Stuart want to work out, I mean, I totally understand where you're coming from, where you can't have that never thing, right? You don't want that to happen, because that keeps you from doing your job. And that's the last thing I would want to do, is put something in place that would keep you from being able to do all the things that you need to do to make people safe and give them a fair understanding of their situation should they be arrested or things, or they come into your, you know, into your control. So that's really what my feeling about it, and that's why I think it's something we need to reaffirm as a board. So.
Guess so. Thank you, Kevin. Thank you, Chief. We actually had this sort of similar conversation about a month ago, I believe, in our legislative session. So I guess I can take more like a little bit more like a confirmation of what the village of Ossining Police Department, you know, does here, which is awesome work. Not to say no one is perfect. None of us here is perfect. So we can definitely learn from each other. And I think you guys have done a terrific job through the years in regards to this. I will take your advice on this in regards to the policy. I read the policies that were sent out earlier. I prefer the one in Bedford myself. With the suggestions that you had made in regards to taking some of that parts out. You know, I don't. This is again a symbolic portion in a way, of a legislation that we may be passing is just, again, to reinforce what our police department already has been doing as a part of their own policy and that. So I'm okay with that.
If I could just add that, you know, from some of the conversations we're having outside, I think that there's a lot of misconceptions about what's trying to be accomplished here. And, you know, not to go over everything I've just said, but, you know, look, the police department's in favor of what it is the board's trying to do here. And some of the police officers themselves weren't quite understanding what was trying to be accomplished here. But what we're really trying to do is just reassure people that we're here to protect them in the same way that we always have. Doing all of the same things we have, and we come in every day looking for how we can do things better, for sure. We're going to constantly evaluate all of our procedures, and if something we can change to make things better or safer, we will. But, you know, really what this resolution represents is just, you know, it's a formal way of saying that we're going to continue on with these things. And, you know, it's not a drastic departure from anything we've done, and I think that if people can understand that, I think that just about everybody would be behind this effort.
I did. I'm totally, I thought I knew what was going on before when I read the agenda, and now I'm totally confused because what I'm hearing, actually, John, even after what you're saying, is actually that they're already doing and have always been doing exactly what you described. So what would be the point of passing this resolution? And by doing that, is there an implication, which is what I'm hearing here, that you're sort of implying by doing that they haven't been doing all this time? Otherwise, why pass the resolution like this? So I'm concerned about a downside and upside because
Well, I don't,
you know what I mean? Like, I'm confused.
but I don't see that the reaffirmation of our good work is a bad thing. And I think it sends a message to our community and to our citizens that, you know, that's why I'm not interested in a sanctuary city thing or something like that, because the thing about the Tompkins County thing is it's about safe policing. That's the whole premise of this. This is a reaffirmation of the policies that we've had all along that say that, you know, we are not here to do the bidding of the federal government. We're not authorized to do that. That's not our job.
Can't afford it.
Well, I'm just saying that, you know, yes, this may be a symbolic statement, but it is in fact a statement, a reaffirmation of the great work that our police have been doing for many years. And I think that right now, you know, everybody in our village needs to know that that's what we're doing, that we're protecting everybody.
So instead of doing what each of these counties, are you able to write it in a way that says?
Yeah, can I just take a crack at that 1 second? You know,
I'm okay with that. I literally.
Yeah, I mean,
I think one of the ways to
say.
solve that, I think that if this were to come out, you know, quite frankly, when I read the Tompkins County one, and they have a very different, well, first off, their demographics are completely different than what we have here.
Understood.
They are home to Podunk, New York, which I learned through research here. But you know, they don't have all the local policing jurisdictions that we have here, and because they're a county passing that, they would in fact have a jail. So they've got different they've got different interaction with the federal government. If our board were to pass something that was as specifically procedural as what they did there, to me that would come across as something that that would be sort of saying, look, you're not doing it right. We're going to now give you the instructions. Now you've got to place this in your manual. I think there's a great way that the board can say this that would say, you know, that we're proud of what our police department does, and these are the things they do, and, you know, we instruct them to keep doing these things. And that, I think, could be a really positive message.
All right, so can somebody construct that? I think we're saying the same thing now.
Yeah,
right?
I'm not, the reason that I brought forward the Tompkins County resolution, and the reason, and that we had another one that was passed in Bedford, was, you know, part of it is the spirit of these things, okay? The spirit in which they're doing it, but you can't apply, I mean, when I showed it to Kevin, I said, listen, I know this doesn't really apply to it, but I think to apply directly to us, like all the detail, all the granular stuff, but what it is that there are elements of this that make a statement.
Okay. So
And that's what I'm trying to put together here. We do not have to do word for word the Tompkins County thing or the Bedford thing, but I think between Kevin and Stuart, we can craft a statement.
Something.
I would like to also, thank you. Does everybody get to express their
that's
concerns
great.
and questions? Then let me wrap up with what I'm hearing and one final question, which is there's another one that Irvington passed recently too. I'll forward that to you. That's I think more similar to Bedford than Tompkins County, just as another template that might be helpful. And I like sort of where we've come around to this, because when we originally talked about this February 1st, you know, we made verbal comments. We were going to write a letter. There's a significance to putting something on agenda and all of us voting on it and making a public statement that this is an affirmation of our community's values. This is an explanation of how things work in Ossining, and this is how our police department works, and this is our priorities. And the whole, everything you talked about this is a matter of public safety. We need everybody in the community to know that when you are concerned that a crime has happened or may happen, you come to the police. The police are here to protect you. It's all a matter of public safety, and that protects all of us. And then when people are scared to go to the police, that endangers everyone in Ossining. That is the most valuable across-the-board reason to do this. And we have never suggested that we need, or in this forum, we have not suggested that we need to be a sanctuary village or a sanctuary city. There is a variety of interpretations of what that means. But mostly I think the reason why I've never pushed for it is I think it's a divisive term that sort of triggers other unnecessary reactions, when the spirit of it, I think, might be well-intended. The reality of it tends to undermine the intent. I would like it if you could, you helped explain a lot of things tonight, misconceptions, as you refer to them, and things that we just don't understand because we're not day-to-day police officers. We're never police officers. So, you know, like the refusal to detain is a big issue for the county, a non-issue for us. That's helpful to know. Could you, you know, we don't get to pick and choose which laws we enforce. We get to pass laws locally. That's kind of part of our job. But generally, we don't get to pick and choose laws that we enforce. We can rail against them and do our best to change them if we think that they're unfair. But particularly law enforcement doesn't have that liberty, and we're not asking that you would. But could you explain to us the difference, and I think you touched on it, but I still haven't fully internalized it, between an administrative warrant and a judicial warrant? Because you explained that with administrative warrant, you're under no obligation, nor do you ever have the practice of notifying the federal authorities. If you pick somebody up for a local crime, you realize if they have an administrative warrant, either you don't know about it or you don't follow through with it because you don't have to. Judicial warrant's something different. Explain to me what the difference is.
Generally, we only find out about warrants if somebody has some contact for some other reason. First off, we don't just run every person that walks by us on the street. We would have to first have some interaction with you for some purpose. And we generally don't run people for anything unless they're a contact for negative reasons. So, for instance, if we have a crime victim, we don't run them through a system most times to see if they've got, particularly to see if they've got something from immigration. But, you know, you're supposed to run everybody you deal with, see if they've got warrants. If an administrative warrant comes up, quite frankly, I'm not sure that even shows up in an ordinary, in like a DMV inquiry. I don't think they're lodged there. It may come up on a fingerprint hit, which would only show if somebody's already been arrested for a misdemeanor or a felony, which are sort of higher level things. As far as, you know, administrative requests from ICE, they're not signed by a judge, which means they have no, they're not a formal court order. A judicial warrant is an order from a judge to produce this person for court. Those everybody has to follow. When the judge says so, you've got to go. But an administrative thing is something signed by some agency other than, and it more acts as a request than an order. I'm not aware I've ever seen one of those. I'm not even sure that I've ever heard of one of those here. It's being discussed because it exists, and I'm sure that in areas that are maybe some of the border towns where there's, you know, if you look at some of the borders in Texas and Arizona, down places like that, where they've got immigration courts there. In Texas, there's like some huge immigration courts. There may be a lot more people with stuff like that floating around in that area, but it doesn't really present here. If it were to, it's not something we usually hold for. We have people with judicial warrants that they can't come get because they don't have staffing for. Immigration, there's even if we were to hold folks on those type of things, there's a very, very narrow chance that they'd have staffing available to come pick people up. And in this case now, we're just basically saying we're not even going to try. But like I said, I don't believe I've ever even seen one. So it shouldn't really be an issue, but if it does, it's not something we hold people on.
All right, so I'll forward to you that other example, the Irvington one, and then Stuart and Kevin, I know you've already kind of discussed, and I think you have a good sense of the board. Can you come up with a proposal of a
I think
draft?
we work well together.
Excellent. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chief.
Thank you, Kevin. We're going to go back up the agenda to the 9:40 topic, which is an update on the landlord-tenant issues, including the Landlord-Tenant Council, and that's going to be introduced by Stuart Kahan and presented by Trustee Bazemore.
Good evening again, everybody. This is actually timely in light of Kevin Dworka's previous presentation. Just a reminder with regard to Kevin's, based upon his schedule, we have until the 5th of April to provide him with comments to the draft report. So whatever you folks have, you can get those to Lynn, and then they can be forwarded over to Kevin and work on that. Since we last discussed this, and Quantel, please jump in at any point.
Yep.
Quantel, Rika, and I had a fairly lengthy conversation on our mutual snow day last Tuesday, and discussed a variety of things with regard to landlord-tenant issues. And one of the things that Quantel was kind enough to send over today related to the inspection process that might be undertaken. The inspection process that is perceived under this sort of landlord-tenant registry permit situation would be different than what we have already spoken about with regard to property maintenance and fire inspections. The inspection would be similar to what's called a housing quality standard inspection, which you see more under HUD. And those inspections are more with regard to painting. How is the condition of the apartment as compared to, is it up to the uniform code for the state of New York? And just as an aside, I received only yesterday from the Department of State the announcement of the 2017 amendments to the Uniform Code. So it is good that we are considering our amendments on the 5th of April so that we can soon amend once again if we have to, but we won't because our statute provides that as amended, so we don't have to keep going back to the well, but they only sent out a 250-page addendum to will be everything. So just so everyone knows.
Light reading, huh?
Light reading, yeah, what can I tell you? But with regard to the landlord-tenant issues, a couple of things that we discussed. In terms of the inspections, how often they would be inspected and who would be doing the inspection. And I'll defer to Quantel at this point because he was good enough to get in contact with CVR, which is a company that does these inspections in Westchester County. And so Quantel, you know, since I know you were in contact with them, so if you want to just discuss.
So just to remind people, you know, Rika and I and Stuart and previously the person we have, Mr. Jeffrey Smith?
Jeff Smith.
Yes.
Jeff Smith. We, you know, in the beginning we were having conversations about a landlord registration and rental permits. Given the feedback that we got back from the ETPA conversations and tenants coming in saying, you know, the quality of housing was an issue, and particularly even those who have sat on our landlord-tenant council, one of the biggest issues was they said, you know, when people come to us, we don't have anything to, you know, we don't know what standard we're upholding. You know, the Attorney General gives, you know, 32 tenants' rights per se, but it doesn't actually speak to the housing quality. So what I did was I went and I found some legislation, and it was similar to not only just a landlord registration, but a licensing. So that means that for each landlord, he would register his apartment, but that you would also get a license, and then upon you receiving the license, you would have to get it inspected. And I found that was very important when we're talking about quality of housing and making sure that everyone has a certain standard. You know, you're in the village of Ossining, you know, you should be able to flip the light switch and your light should be on, or your stove should work, you know, just the bare minimums. So one of the things I did is when we were talking about who's going to do the inspections, Rika, you know, she was like, hey, you know, we could either have our building department do it, and what kind of cost that would look like. And I said, or we could outsource it. And so I contacted CVR. CVR works throughout Westchester. They come to Ossining several times. If for every person who has CVR, County Section 8, CVR actually does the inspection. So they're already in the area. So we have the people who have Village Section 8, which our own building department does, and then we have CVR that does the other half. And so today they were able to give us some numbers of what it would look like per inspection. And so we're going to be having a follow-up meeting possibly next Friday, and then following that sometime after the 29th to look at what the actual budget number would look like. If we're able to pull this off, I think it's going to be very good. I mean, you know, we'll have a way to be able to get into every apartment and know what it looks like, and also ensure that, you know, it's kept to a standard that is livable.
No, I mean, we've been talking about landlords registering. We talked about leases and what that looks like. Another big issue that's come up. We've talked about setting up the council, which is actually the subcommittee's role, and their ability to then have something to work with. And we talked about quality, right? So there's quantity, capacity, and quality. When we looked at our own ability and capacity, we had those meetings. It's not realistic, given the workload. And after today's presentation, I'm going to be 90 before we're going to be able to get through. There's just a lot of work. So you look at outsourcing. I briefly looked at the numbers. You know, it's the numbers are more reasonable, and they can work on a parallel path, and there'll be consistency. I don't know them, so we have to meet with them. You have to meet because it requires contracts and Stuart. But I mean, this answers a lot of the questions. I think, like, we've already decided the number of people to be on the council, so I'm thinking everything we set out to do, like when we talked about the things we want to get done, we are pretty close to being able to build a council, knowing now we do, that gives some ability for them to say these are the parameters in which we work, and these are also parameters that we can help people. And these are the parameters of proper representation by both landlord representative, tenant representative, and I do not know what to call the third group, but I'm going to call them, I don't know, civilians. I have no idea what to call them because they're neither, you know, tenants nor landlords. They could be condo owners, single homeowners that have an interest in this. So I think we've come pretty far. This was a missing piece, which is a big cost issue. But after, I mean, I briefly read, I don't know if Stuart even had a chance.
I
Did
got
you?
it late today from Quantel.
The numbers are now realistic. They were not last time we all met and spoke. And that's all I can say, because I have to read it in more detail. We have to meet. Paul needs to be involved. Somebody else, Lynn. I mean, now, but that's the update.
And just one of the things, having looked at this brief from CVR, that has to be looked at from a Corp Council perspective is one of the things that they do is to inspect and require that the work be done within 30 days.
Oh, I didn't see that.
Well, they're not, you know, code enforcement people.
Right.
They are an outside contractor being used to do certain work. So the question will be, where do they fit in within that framework? And that's something I think we would have to work out and discuss.
Yeah, and I think that was also mentioned in the proposal as far as the follow-up, you know, because just in general conversation, it's one thing to do the initial inspection.
Right.
Then the conversation is, will our own code enforcement just pick up? You know, if everything is fine and Danny, great, and then our own code enforcement may want to just
What's our
go
next step?
and do the reinspection.
We'll
but
have to do some analysis.
yeah.
Let's say 25% of 1,000 units don't pass. How much workload did that then, and how does that work? But we just got just last night or this morning.
today,
so we're
like 11 o'clock.
This is a live update right now. That's why I asked if Stuart had a chance to read it yet. But the point is, it's so much more reasonable. It could be on a parallel path. It could work together. I'm feeling better than I did last time, where I just said the numbers are just blowing this out of the water. It's not realistic. So, and they're also not doing it to inspect for affordable housing.
No.
It's basically rental to help us make sure that things are livable at a certain level and a starting point for, really, we're a task force for setting up the council. But it gives them the ability to have a database that says, hey, okay, Unit 1B in this thing passed, it was painted, the plumbing was working, so why are you here complaining that the plumbing doesn't work when a month ago it was inspected? Like, it gives them something to work with and to be helpful with, I think, is the real goal at the end of the day.
And it also allows the village to somewhat be accountable for, you know, every rental unit. We've had an issue with code enforcement. This is a way to sort of address those issues with quality of life issues.
And specifically for the council, it would be composed of 9 individuals.
Oh, yes,
Three
thank you.
landlord from a great landlord group, 3 from a tenant group, and let's call the 3 neutrals if you want, or 3 others. 2, I think, building people as ex officio members who would essentially not have a vote, but would attend all the meetings. The thought was that the tenant, that it would be open to town of Ossining people, not just necessarily village. But that with regard to the landlords, since many of them do not live within, or are in fact corporate entities, if they have property within the village, they can be a member. And if they are a corporate entity and wish to designate a representative, as long as that representative knows that he or she must attend the meetings, that's okay. I think one of the things we talked about is that when potential members are interviewed or vetted, that representative would be the one to go to those interviews or things like that. So that was sort of what we were looking at, to have that, and that someone on the committee would be the secretary. We'd rather not have to use a village employee in the role of being the secretary to whatever that, you know, when the council is set
You're talking about
up.
for keeping minutes and.
Right, that's what I'm talking about, right.
Thank you. So I guess I have more like a general question in regards to how these inspections are, or the process of the inspections will be going through. When you're talking about, we're not talking about just, you know, 3 families and up. Can you be more specific in what you guys were talking about? Are we talking about a general village policy that will, any rental unit will be part of this process, or is it just the 3 families and up, like New York State requires to do inspections, or within that part of the code?
So part of the issue, so part of the conversation has always been about what units. We definitely realized that we were going to continue definitely with the 2 families. We're still deciding whether we want to expand, you know, because listen, if it depends on what you're looking at and whose numbers you're looking at. Your assessor may have a single family home being a 2-family home because he believes
That's
that.
not what I'm talking about, though. If we do a policy, the policy is
so
regardless of what, is it 1 family or 2 families, or 3 families?
So to answer your question, we're still deciding whether it's going to be 1 or 2 families, and it's not going to be owner occupied. We know that we're going to not have owner occupied units. That's still a part of the conversation about what's feasible.
So pretty much will be everybody in the village except owner-occupied units.
You would make some exceptions for newer development. There's no reason for us to require a Harbor Square, a new development, or to be inspected.
For how long?
That's something we'll just.
I don't think we discussed.
We didn't get into those
Taking
details.
that, yeah, we didn't even think about that. And we have to go back to the units. That's because New York State. I mean, we need to come up with a number.
Yeah. Part of the conversation is, again, we do understand that there's going to be a fire inspection, so we didn't want to. We're mindful that the building department is looking at 3 or more families, so we want to work that in. Like
I think we're mindful that we need to be consistent, and that we're not multiple inspecting the same place 2 weeks apart. Because so I consider that a little bit more detailed. I understand the policy question. It makes a huge difference, 1, 2, or 3, and where you're starting, where the foundations start, and you're going up from that. And I think, in all fairness, we need to hash through that a little bit.
So now part of the CBR's website, there's a self-inspection checklist. was that taken in consideration of what you guys are talking about, or that has nothing to do with it?
No.
We didn't, I think we just got this yesterday.
Okay.
Yeah,
Well,
we
I
were-
know that you
I
have
think
spoke
we
to
need
someone
meet
and
with
got the
them and
numbers.
say this
Yeah,
is-
so we-
yeah.
Okay.
So we,
There might be something to talk about. Maybe we could save some bucks by saying, is there a way to do fewer of these by having
Having
some-
self-inspection.
We haven't even gone to there. We just got the,
numbers
we
today.
just got their letter. You know,
Okay.
we just talked about it about 3-4 days ago, and Quantel then called them up, and, you know, now we have to meet with them, so we're updating you, though, I think, as things are happening, rather than letting time elapse. And what's our next call?
That's all I got for now.
What's your choice, like 3 and up? Where are you heading with
No,
this?
it-
You must have an opinion about this.
No, because yes and no, I guess, and that becomes part of a budget at some point, because I do recall having a landlord registration form a couple years back, and that was part of what we were talking about. You know, like different municipalities have, like, everybody has to register, doesn't matter what.
Regardless of size.
Regardless of, you know, it pretty much. I think Monquisco, I believe it's 2 families and up. I think Bedford is everybody. I know
I'm asking, do you
Wappingers.
have
a preference because you've looked into it, or you're just asking questions?
No, I'm just asking questions.
Okay, so
I
we'll
really
hash it
don't
out.
have a preference. You know, part of that, and again, part of this whole application process that we had, or that was brought up a couple years back, there's an application fee to this.
Yeah.
And that was one of the major components of what people actually had a problem with. So we have to keep that in mind.
Yep.
That you guys are looking into this now, I guess.
Yep.
So, you know, all those things, and again, I don't know, you know, I'm asking all these questions, but it seems like,
Yeah.
you know, there's no really an answer yet to them, so I
Not
guess.
quite there yet,
So,
these details.
okay, so maybe
It's
next
an
time.
application, a reapplication, like when it turns over again.
Yeah.
So you might, you know, not charge an application up front, but on the second round, you might say, that's when you pay. But the fees we're working on as well.
We're working on that, and I think ultimately we're gonna come back to the board with a proposal in terms of what a legislation might look like and where we
Yeah.
are with all those things.
Well,
We're
yeah,
close to
part
that
part of this whole, and again, and I don't know if I should ask even now, or ask when you guys have a little better understanding of what's going on. You know, who's keeping records of what. You know, even though if, somebody else is going to be doing the inspections, but how do we keep those records within our village municipality?
in their
How does that
proposal,
share?
Yep.
How do we access? You know, who maintains this after 2 years, or however, you know.
Yep, that's
So
all part,
this-
yeah.
The questions we have to
Okay.
ask them.
Yeah, and it's actually in the
It sort of
pro-
implies
yeah.
you want to discuss that,
Yeah,
actually,
yeah.
the digital transfer and all
Exactly,
that.
yep.
We're getting closer, I mean, and of course we're getting closer, we're not getting farther, but we're getting closer to, you know, to having this happen.
Paul, you had something you wanted to comment on?
Stuart started to touch on it there. I just wanted to add that I'm glad you brought up the 3-unit or more. That's obviously our goal for fire inspection as we roll out the new adoption of the code. So we don't want to do anything twice. It's going to be a very succinct, scheduled, coordinated effort. We want this to be the same thing. We want it to complement what we're doing, but at the end of the day, we also don't want it to be garnished with no teeth. It's great that we might be able to coordinate an inspection and cover everything that we're not able to envelop in the the code for 3-unit or more fire inspection requirements. But we don't want to put all this time and effort and money into doing these inspections that we're not going to be able to really do anything about
Right.
with the courts or the soon-to-be formed review body that we're going to establish. Board of Appeals, thank you. So, yeah, as this proposal gets digested and we figure out how it works into what we're going to be able to back up and act as the muscle of this effort, I think, you know, it'll work itself out. We just don't want to do anything twice or more, because we want to kind of start and set a tone that when we do find something, we're able to fix it, because the true goal is to make these inspections perfunctory, right? So, that's where we're at.
Okay, it is late, but I haven't asked a question on this yet, and I need to go back a couple of steps. Because when I guess there's so much I'm not clear on this, maybe because it's 11:20 at night and we're an hour behind on our thing, but, like, getting into an apartment to do an inspection has always been a challenge, which is part of why we're going through the legal process we are now to do the fire inspections. And I'm glad you said what you did, Paul. Are we getting into these two-family homes because we're having every landlord register every unit? And therefore, part of that process is that CVR is going to come in and do a housing quality standard inspection, which is different than our fire code inspection? How are we getting into these units?
Well, you have to register, if we pass legislation, you have to register in a part of that process.
Okay, so it's back to a landlord registry.
It's a hand in glove for the landlord, yeah.
All right, I guess I need more information and I'm too tired. Well, get us some more information, because I mean, I had issues with landlord registry 3 years ago, and I feel like we've put so much time and effort, and we're gonna be putting so much manpower into doing the inspections for the 3 and up units. And I want us to give that an opportunity to take hold and really be effective. I'm not understanding, I already have issues with landlord registry, everybody knows that, but I'm not understanding the difference between this kind of inspection and that kind of inspection, and I'm not understanding how it's not redundant.
All right, so that's what we'll take back. That's good. That's a good insight. I think when you see it in writing, when we see it in writing, right now we're moving, we're meeting weekly, and every time we come, we ask the same thing when we're on the phone together and go, whoa, wait, if we do this, then what happens here? It's a work in progress, just the 3 of us, which is another issue. I think we need to broaden it, but I think when we start, I feel like we now have something we can put in writing. Not only the number on the council and how it's formed, which in and of itself, as far as I'm concerned, is a big move forward from where it's been, just that piece. And then some of the quality and quantity, then we start having to work on how you bring parallel paths together, which is where staff will be more helpful. So I think we see it in writing. Like you said earlier, it'll be easier to look at it than just the conversation. Stuart, was there something else?
Manny just turned his mic on, so he has something.
Did you just turn your mic on?
Yes, I did. No, I guess, and you're right. Sometimes, having just the 3 people conversation, sometimes you kind of get stuck in some of the items. And my suggestion a couple months back was, but now that you guys have an idea of how many members should be in this committee, would it be to take advantage of that and actually start looking for people to fill those positions up, and maybe pick up some of their, what they're thinking and their knowledge and how they should be going about it, because there are going to be the persons or the board or the committee that is actually going to be working with the tenants itself.
Yeah, I mean, I think we actually talked about that. I think it's hard to always tell, but there's exactly that right point where you say, now we have enough, because the first question somebody should say is, how much time do I have to spend on this? And what are my roles and responsibility? What are your expectations? What tools are you giving me? What do I do and not do? I don't think a couple of weeks ago we could have said that. Now we can at least say that. I also don't want to choose people through backdoor discussions, which we get complaints about. I want this to be a public forum. So we need to do that, you need to put something in writing, who, what, where, when, what the goals are and all that. So that's another path, and say, it's like looking for an employee for anything, or a volunteer, and, so do we need a lawyer in the 9 people or not? We might say, if you have legal background, that's fantastic. If you have, we now are able to do more of that than a couple of weeks. So we're probably just around there. I don't think we were there a couple of weeks ago, but probably right around that time. And if you know people, we've started talking, and certainly if the rest of the trustees have, or Paul, if you know people, I don't think this is a bad time now that we're having this discussion to say it's coming.
Are you suggesting that people should go on the website and they should click on that little icon with raising my hand, saying, I'm interested in serving, and let me learn more about the landlord-tenant relations?
There's nothing stopping anybody from saying that.
That
I
said,
think
if they,
that's a good
if they
thing.
read about the Landlord-Tenant Relations Council, the information that is available now is not up to date because you're in the process of revising it.
Well,
So
you
if
might-
anybody
yeah.
expresses interest, they can know that it's gonna be changing.
You might want to just add a thing in the bottom that the landlord, tenant council is in the process of being revised by the Board of Trustees. So that there is that understanding, but we're assuming that people would be interested because they might be hearing this.
Right.
Or from us, and that's why they'll look it up.
But probably not tonight.
Maybe not right now.
Bet
Not
they- I
tonight?
bet they're
You don't
watching
think
it on
so?
video
Well,
later
Let me see if
on.
I got any more texts about comments. I'm sitting
Okay.
here.
Okay, so the next.
Thank you.
Thank you. The next three topics, I'm gonna let Stuart run the table here, starting with his 1010 Village's social
Run
media
the table.
policy
Very
update.
funny.
And
I
let me
love
ma-
it.
Let me make a suggestion, given what our hour is, and
Yeah.
the social media policy is likely
We
to
can
be
leave
a
that-
very thing.
yeah, please.
I would prefer if we would put that to our next work session on the 12th of April,
Give
if
that
that
man a
is,
gold star.
if that is acceptable.
Yes.
Anything else you can delete?
Well, I
The
can,
rest is quick.
these next two I can do rapid fire. Standard
Thank you.
insurance provisions for village contracts, not contacts. We actually just, this is an issue that trustee Codman and I have discussed. We actually do have that. The fact of the matter is that on a lot of Dave Stone had sent over to me what we use basically on the front end of a lot of our contracts for various
Okay.
insurance provisions. This issue came up with a number of recent projects in terms of my request for certain insurance information, which some of the parties were a little bit reluctant to do, but ultimately did. But we do have those standard provisions, so we're in pretty good shape with that. There is some additional language that I might want to just put in, which further protects us, but otherwise we're okay with that. So I don't think there's any real problem in terms of what we have. We require the correct number of, the correct amount of coverage, and we require that the village be an additional insured on those policies, so I think we're good to go with that. So I
Okay.
can get you past that.
Nice.
Our last topic is a recertification for a special use permit by Sprint for 70 Croton Avenue. This is their third request for recertification. It was done in 2012, and it was done 5 years before that in 2007. So this is just another one of their, another recertification for it. They have sent all the paperwork. It all looks to be in order. Simply put, what I would propose is to submit a resolution to the board at the April 5th legislative hearing to essentially recertify the special use permit for another 5-year period, which is consistent with what which is consistent with our code, and as I said, all their documentation is in order. They will continue their performance bond of $25,000. They'll continue with the required liability insurance. It's just a continuation of the permit, and since we're doing it now, because the permit, I believe, expires in May. If we do it now, we won't have to just keep carrying it 30 days, 30 days, 30 days until the board acts. If we act before it expires, they'll just get their extra 5 years. So my recommendation would be to just proceed with a resolution to give them that further extension of time in accord with the Chapter 246 of the Village Code.
Forgive me if you mentioned this, but do we get paid for this?
The reason we don't is because it was not directly a modification. The way the code is written is that if they modify, they pay, let me be clear, they did do some work at 70 Croton. They paid a building permit. They therefore don't have to pay for the recert in terms of the way our code is worded. I should also point out the following. Under the 2012 amendment to the Federal Communication Act and the provisions thereafter, it's questionable whether, in fact, they need a special use permit at all, because the way the act is now worded, if they're essentially just doing work on their own location, or even if someone wants to co-locate at that location, There's no special use permit, and in fact, the village is obligated to provide the permit, except in some very limited circumstances.
I think, if I may,
Federal government?
Yes, sir.
if I may, the mayor, you might be referring to some of the installations we have on public property where we do collect the rent. Like,
The owner at 70 Corbin
Yes.
is
70
probably
Corbin.
getting a nice check
yeah,
from
and I don't want to put Tom on the spot for annual
worries.
revenue, but there is an annual revenue stream for the installations on Browning Tower and a couple other locations.
Yeah, we just
redid that.
In fact, we just signed a contract for Verizon for that location. They're about to get, and they'll be
So
getting their
private
permit.
citizens on their property can cut a deal with Sprint to put,
Yeah, I think there was a Simpsons episode on that.
I don't watch
Oh,
The
mayonnaise.
Simpsons. I haven't seen The Simpsons in years. Okay.
But other than that, that would be my recommendation, to just, we'll do the permit as we did.
There was, right?
that-
No Simpsons fans?
And that's
Okay.
it.
Thank you, sir, yes.
Okay.
I'm okay with it.
All right,
we
so
could be
with that,
charging the residents of 70.
next Wednesday is a fifth Wednesday. So we will not be having a legislative session or, if the camera's not on Jamie, she just did a nice little happy fifth Wednesday dance. And we'll have another one coming up again this spring. But the following week is a doubleheader, because on Wednesday we will have our legislative session, April 5th, at the Birdsall-Fagan Police Court facility on Spring Street. Please join us for that. And then the next night will be the community meeting at the library, which starts at 7. We'll be back to 7:30 on Wednesday, the April 5th, but we'll be at 7 at the library for the community meeting, picking up on everything that we talked about tonight for the public discussion about the future of our downtown and some Q&A on the roundabout. And if you have questions related to the roundabout anytime now, please send them to pfrioli@villageofossining.org. You can send it to us, bot@villageofossining.org, and we'll get them to Paul. But I think one of the most productive meetings that we had, that I even got positive feedback from people who are very against the roundabout, was the February 22nd meeting. And that was essentially what we did was people had sent in questions, posted questions, and we fed them all to Paul, and he addressed them all in that meeting. And I know people found that to be very helpful, so that can be incorporated into our April 6th meeting. Do we have a motion to go into executive
Session for litigation and real property.
Okay. Do you have a motion?
So moved.
All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you very much. This meeting is adjourned to executive session.